one of you. Good to be here tonight. Thanks for always fighting closing argument. And Truth FM. Yeah, there are some of you who are also fighting us online by Facebook. I say hi, sir, welcome. There are some of you monitoring us back home here through the radio. I said good evening. Yeah, in Liberia, it's night already. Yeah, so it's 9 minutes up to 10 o'clock. So the rest of the guys will join us. That is our panelists will come on at 10, Liberia time here, and up to at midnight. So normally, we back home, we just normally start the program and at least to keep you up, to keep you in the know of, for you to know what will be happening the next few minutes, on the closing argument. And I say warm up. Yeah, we always get you. We say let's warm up, man. No, let's warm up so we can prepare for the match. That's just how it look like. So as part of our warming up, we sometimes bring some national issues to the platform. We talk about it. We hear from you, you our listeners out there, so you can have your say on the program. So the rest of the team, our panelists will join us. That will be 10 o'clock Liberia time. Yeah, and some of them, the times are not the same. Yeah, some of them they are experiencing the morning, the world is sit front, and the podcast live on this program. Someone is night, someone is hearing. So our times are different. But the good thing about it, they all come here on this platform here and discuss issues affecting our country, issues in which they can bring on this desk here. And those that have ears to hear, especially in public offices, our leaders, those that can hear, will hear us when we come here, we'll talk about these things. Those that can listen will listen to us. When we come here, we talk about some of the things. So we are here every time with them. And thanks to the rest of the guys and oversee. Thanks to Tomalin, Dr. Peabody, thanks to my grace. Oh yeah, Chairman Ben. It's a whole team, on the closing argument. Yes, so we say many things to the guys, and we always, they always here making sure that we provide information to you, our Liberian people. So normally, as I said, we are always here. For the past days, it's been so tough. Yeah, the schedule been a little bit tight, trying to make sure to get some school document, other stuff prepared, and yeah, running after school activities. So I've been a little bit tight my schedule, and but good. To be here tonight. Hope for the guys to shortly join me, and the rest of the team, our team of panelists, to come on here or closing argument here tonight. Welcome to the program, people. This is Liberia, and I always tell you that you can never be deported from this country under no condition. You can never be and will never be deported from this country. So when they take you from other country, when they deport you, all you do is come home here. Just come down so we can help join other people and the boy hangs around. While you came here, you already media, maybe you media chakla, just come put hands around other people so we can package it and see how best we can give our country a very good facelift. That's just all. But when you come back here and think that you will come and cause Wahala and think that people come to take it for you, no, they get take it for you. Remain here. We all will stay in the heat, and everything that we got to do back here, we all will go through it. Nothing different. There'll be nothing different. So it's good that when you back home, put hands around other people and let's see how best we can fix develop our country. So I didn't say welcome to the program. And I'm just hanging on, passing through with you until the rest of the guys can come on the next 25 minutes for now. So as I said, we warm me up. So many things happening back here in Liberia. There's so many things happening home, and in which we have to, sometimes we come and we'll talk about these things. We don't know whether it's making an impact. But as I said, those that having ears to hear, they didn't hear. They didn't take it in. Because as times go by, all these things will come, we talk here, it goes after you. We're talking in 2025, right? 2026, 27, 27, 28, all the things we've been talking in 2025. If you think that maybe there's some things now that are making sense and you took it in, thank you for taking it in. If you think that there are some things that were nonsense or why you just throw it out, thank you for throwing it out. But there will be time just ahead of us. 20, 26, 27, 27, 28. These things in here will definitely come across it. You will come across it. Today you sit in office. Oh yeah, I'm a lawmaker. Okay, I'm a representative. So because I'm part of this other branch of government, so I'll do my own set thing, and I feel I have the law, everything under my control or what. And I'm not to be someone for questioning. I'm not answerable, to anyone. I'm a law. Just that's the position in which you place yourself. The how you just make yourself already. Yeah, and when you are invited maybe by by another branch of government, you say no, we are not there to interfere until it even goes to the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court. Or even someone called some of you conference, you say, and they have no interference. Some we will keep doing the interference with other stuff with our, other branch of government activities of interference. You will now remain a lawmaker forever. Your 6 years will over, and you become ordinary citizen of the people. And this statement will haunt you because the time will come, you will want to go to that same court. You want to go to the court to seek justice. And you there today, you look at a judge statement and say that what I said, I took my, two of our statement. You just download. You just because you feel the position you were in, you forget it to know that it was the Liberian people who stood on the line for more than 4 or 5 hours and elected you. So they have that same authority. They will go back and cancel you and say, we want you. And you become ordinary men like them. And we always are looking up to the justice system again because you have issues and you take it to the law. The law again will start to haunt you. So if you feel that today you are sitting into that position where, when things happening now, instead of you putting the people interest first, this country, the law of this country, and see reason and say, let's go by it. And you say, no, you can't do it because the other people have no interference with the other branch. Be on it. You won't remain lawmaker until maybe 12 years or 18 years or what. Right after the 6 years, the Liberian people will make their decision. And the same power that are given to you, it will be taken from you. So if you think 6 years is long, check what happened to the past government. People thought the year was long, 6 years. Today, we are calling them former officials. So it will rest on you too to know that. I know some of you just difficult to learn. Some of our leaders will all the way higher. Some of you coming on, your team are very good. Some of our leaders and their family, their guidance and brothers are very good. But because now today they just got into a small area, is that getting small money, they allow power to, the power just like enter there. So the power just so much until the way how the family, the good parents brought it out. In that type of, parental care, guide them through it. They throw all that thing away now, they just empower now and feed that money now all of it. So they are showing their good behavior, home behavior, training that was given to them. Some of them throwing it away and just not doing things because they feel that they have power, and they're disobeying the law and misusing power. After the 6 years, it's definitely going to go for you. It will go for you because you will need justice. You have a parent, and you have to seek the justice system. You won't be lawmaker again. Just know that you will not be. So sit down there and think that 6 years are 25 years. People will tell you, go to the former lawmakers and ask them. I says, yeah, just it just bounce on them until they don't know where they find themselves at today. We'll ask them. You to that place there, some of you get there, you are thinking now removing speaker thing to just be your own or work now at the Capitol building. Now what some of you just there on now because you are just taking removing speaker thing and case so just be your own work at the Capitol building now. You no more go back to your constituent, you no more go back to your districts or what, you no more visit the people anymore. Especially for some of the guys and for distance the Maryland, Grand Juliet, and Grand Crew, River G County. They know more. They just aim over and taking the 10,000, 15,000 other stuff and the envelopes and just making unnecessary decision, giving the country a very ugly color out there, very, very ugly images leaving from the country, going to our international partners. We have investors to come in to this country and they see all the things that are happening. Well, they say they're not even safe to come here and invest in this country. They leave their counties and other stuff where they should go and be showing some of the work at home, empowering the young people back at home and the old folks to see how best they can try to build in terms of giving loans and other stuff. Nothing happening back to somebody. They just read in Morovia. They just see in Morovia now. They're not only removing speaker thing. They're getting their 15,000, their 20,000. They just passing around. They forget to know that they says yeah it was so finished. They forget they don't have totally. They are different thing now. But that's it. So from the Capitol building, where the whole loyalist activities and what's kicking off from, it coming also now to the surveillance, to the security. This is what happening now. Let me just say something to the police. I've been finding a lot of different release and other stuff then from the from the police, Ministry of Justice and other stuff, Ministry of Information. We've been finding all this stuff there from them. Let's say it to let me say this to the police. I find it so difficult to understand, why the people find it so difficult high to catch up with you, the police. Maybe the army who stays into that barrier all throughout, they only come out for a reason. You are the one having that face-to-face interaction with the people every time. They're the people to make you their friends. The people to, they are to get you people closer. Because they see the police every time. They interact face to face with the police every time. So the feel is that they want to take you as their friend. But how do you carry on your operation, your interaction with your people? Your interaction with your people. How do you do that? This is where the people have problem. A well-trained police officer, when they're at the police academy, pass through everything you think about the laws, the regulations, what you think about as a police officer, leaving that training ground will come out to just come out in the public and be booed by the public. No, there must be certain thing hanging over you. It saw today what I saw. Ministry of Justice, I saw the communication, Ministry of Justice, the National Police submit the motorcyclists to have a meeting. So it's almost like we know what we're supposed to do. We know our responsibility, but we sit down, we not on the people's job and just allow things to just escalate and things just go all ahead, and we prefer it and we just sit on the people job. I saw communication motorbike that were arrested by police officers as various zones or depots of why the owners should go there with the reference documents and think to take it back. So all the things that I said, but why the people should know their responsibility and want to sit on it and see, so they want to see this country going. They will every time be up their videos every time for their country. Is that what they want? You can never be unreasonable when you're in a space of the people you there to protect life and property. Then you become very, very unreasonable. Then what about training you went through? The journalists can be affected by police operation. Yes. Recently at the SKD, Mose Gassiwu, the BBC, we saw a sort of video came out again. We know how far the investigation going. He and police officers are on it. Most often we see journalists. Before we come down to the ordinary people, we don't even know what can be the cause. I've interacted with other police officers. Some of them are interacting with them when we talk, and at the end of the day, they'll come back and I tell them, but how you myself we talk just now. I found it so difficult to catch up with some of your friends. The way how they interact with people. The way I tell them the truth. I say the way how you talk just now, you talk to me in a way and that you're not just, maybe we're not just having a conversation, but you're also providing education. So next time these mistakes it shouldn't be made. It's so you be there one, it's so you being unreasonable. I'm not seeing it in you. I'm not seeing it being difficult to talk or to talk with or in the other way. I'm seeing you providing education. I see being reasonable. I'm seeing different, style of leadership in you as an officer. And I find it so difficult to see it out of some of your friends. I tell some of the guys it. No go zoom place down for motorcyclists. It doesn't mean that no go zoom place down. But if I'm a journalist, I have my motorbike, my ID card, my jacket, everything. It's not a no go zoom for me. I'm not a commercial motorcyclist. Motorcyclists and no go zoom place down. It's not for the man who is in the army who have a bike with his ID card, everything. It's not for him. Because that young man sure to identify himself and show you his ID card and say, this is my ID card. So I'm a journalist. This is my ID card. I work this with this company. This is my bike. This is my ID card. You have to read and write. You have to know everything as a police officer and see that person ID card. You go through it and give them the go ahead. The no goes. It's not a commercial bike. It's not a commercial bike. It's not. That's why I say that's why the officers that you find it so difficult to really know what's going on, what is happening with them, because and you even take out your ID card and you show it. And listen to a police officer telling you, I'm not here to see that thing, man. I want to see that thing. I'm not here for that. I go to school to read. A man who went through the police, who went through the training academy, to be making such a statement. I'm not here to see that thing, man. I'm not here to see that thing. I get read. When they're talking for the put a uniform on you. A no-go zone place there for commercial motorcyclists. It's not for me who attached with my motorbike, have my ID card, everything, going to work and use my bike for work. All you do, look at my ID card, simple. Look at my ID card. So in a release, I saw from a meeting here between the AFL and the police and other stuff, and everybody condemned the action yesterday or the incident yesterday. The two parties condemned it. But looking at on that scene release where I saw the police now asking the AFL where to have the AFL to checkpoints when it comes to regulating maybe the motorcyclists or other traffic laws and stuff, meaning that the AFL will be more reasonable, will tell you that man having to go because he have his ID card on you. So they are simply saying that he came on this operation, you the police just find it so difficult. Why must you take people motorbikes and you park it at your depot or your zone? You just get almost 200, 300 motorbikes. And this is what some people live on. This is how they survive. It's through that bike running, they feed their family. And you just take that, you just take it, you just pack it at your Zoom in your depot for so now 2, 3 months. It's just there. And at the end of sacrifice or that man, he will just become so reluctant and just feed the pig. We go through walking after it and become so tired and just leave it with you. You feel so good as an officer. You say you are there to protect life and property. So when you have been told that the person that will have to come to help you at various checkpoints and other stuff, meaning that your operation where you're carrying, you're not carrying it on the right way. So you need people to come now to help you, to assist you. Why? I still come to me as a police. Why would become so unreasonable? What type of people place? Do we still not have briefing with the guys at the very depot Zooms? Do we have briefing in the morning hour? Do we really call them? We try to the commanders and what talk to them on the scope of operation, how to go on with the day activities. Do we still not do that? Because everybody find the same problem with them. And you who either active with the people every time from morning to night, they should be your friends. The people should be out there at the Boulevard Junction or the ELB Junction or ST Copper Road there. They should have been there and be clapping for you because you have the day-to-day interaction with them. But you saw the people there booing you because your day-to-day interaction with them every time, it's not fruitful. They're being high. Police brutality. You give them weapon. It's not to just shoot, between shoot among innocent people. They kill innocent people. It's not why they want to you. And the citizen goes through these things then. They face this season a whole lot. So those are the things you have to work on yourself and know exactly what even the more Greco from that place that being different and police chief RG there. It's the same thing because they're not Greco born people. Greco not Greco get people attitude. They put behavior not Greco get it. Do you know how many people have been dismissed for the wrongful doing in the police? Every time the other police officer they're hearing it, but they still carry on some activities, some actions. So I mean they don't care. So here the head is moved for them. It's just in them, it's just part of them. So this people need every morning we have to put it outside for a briefing. Oh yeah. Put it outside there, the various Zooms and depots and other stuff. Then they go through it every morning because they find it so difficult to to carry on their operation with the civilian, the common people. And the person looking for it. You keep somebody buy for more than 2, 3 months at the depot. How you think that person is surviving? Some people taking buy from people to go and run on the traffic to feed their family, and you pack it there. How you think that person making it going through? What education are you providing to that person? Maybe they misbehave, or maybe they violate the traffic law or what? What are you doing? Everybody can violate. Violation will be taking place anywhere, everywhere. People do that. But sometimes your education, the way how you talk to them. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday incident occurred because of what happened the day before yesterday. And I think when training on the internet is wrong for our country, police. It's wrong for our nation. The police should understand. Can we not have all the necessary ways how to arrest someone, how to persuade, different methods of what to use it through? We not went through all that about training, how to arrest. We have to use the rough way. We have to use tension. We have to do make it out of violence and other stuff. That's the only way in which that's the only method we have the arrest. Can you come to my office and say, okay, you have some information on you, your complaint will forward. So we brought this information, you know, to engage you on it. But can you please join at the police station? Would we await you? I think people find it so difficult maybe in this country again where go. Maybe in Liberia again where the police just maybe communicate with you and you walk there, you go there. So the best way to do it, they have to hijack you from behind your desk by force and put their hands in your trouser and lift you up high to the blue and red sky before they know that the work is done. Tear gas people. The last time I was somewhere coming from in Johnsonville there, and I saw a cyclist and a police officer. The police officer on another bike, and this bike bottle, you know, was carrying passenger. There was certain happen, you know, where they came from before I just bounced into them. But I saw the officer on the other bike with the tear gas, and you know, they both of them on VSP, and each time the guy tried to slow down, like another motorbike or car, then he would get close to the news the tear gas on the bike ball, you know, face, and the bike ball to a dodging the you know in the traffic. The both of them on it, how they're going, and the guy kept passing you out the back. You obviously you're not even thinking about that person with that Bible carrying. That person left. It's not even on your mind. So if that man have the way bounce into something, he and the passenger did that hey, you don't even care. The only thing you go for is that bike. That's that motorbike you're going for. Why are we behaving so? Especially you guys are there to look your interaction with the people, the public day today. It's not, you know, it rests on you, guys. Everything is on you. That no goes on thing. I work here at Truth FM. I have a bike. I go home. I have my ID card. I ride my bike to go home. I show you my ID card. I go. If a man come, not nobody inform you that no. I don't know how you understand. You guys understand this thing. The system is so bad of. We just, you know, with the head, we damaging the system and giving the common board very difficult time to carry on the normal activities. So happy yesterday in the city. It was so bad. So even if you move police RG, you move Gregory from that to the city because they put the behavior in that just not George Wetter, not editor. Some people just went there through the academy. I don't know whether they went through the referral steps, whether even some of them even stay there for the end of the 6 months or what else will be there for, or maybe or year, whether some of them even stay there for it. We don't even know how some of them got into the system. They just carry, you know, carry on their own operation. It just make everything a little awkward. Closing argument. So our team will come on shortly. Shortly the guys will be coming on, as I said. So we normally just yeah, just brush you out with some of the happenings back home here. So for those of you just joining us, you're listening to Closing Argument here on Truth FM. It comes on Monday to Friday. Yeah, so my name is Ansudo. So I'm here tonight, and my team of panelists will shortly join me, and the rest of the team back home. Thanks to for those of you finding us live on Closing Argument official Facebook page. Say welcome to the program. I don't know which part of the world you are monitoring us. All right, we say welcome. Just keep sharing the show. Keep sharing. Invite more people to join you to follow Closing Argument tonight. Invite more people. So our team will shortly be joining me, and I think that should be our guest already be on the scene. But before the guys then comes on, let's see. Can I take some calls quickly before the team comes on? Yeah, we're working on our team of panelists to join us shortly yet tonight. So as soon as Tomalin, the other people, the rest of the guys come on, we will be joining them. But that's what happening back home here though. So we need to wake it up. 0776 927472. The number, so call me quickly. Yeah, just have your say. 0776 927472. It's not easy. Liberia. Let's say you go ahead, call up. Go ahead quickly. Let's hear you. Alice, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to speak on a police issue concerning the police and the AFM. These police are very arrogant and rude.
We are finding solution now. We're not still going out to the past now.
No, okay, the solution is this. Let the police people be, let it be free, let it go back to a barrack and close conference, and let it advise they have to talk to people. You know what they say this too. People can fix us like this. That police where most of this really like business. I'm a visit of that. About 2 hours now. I tell my kids that police station, I put that police station. I carry my kids there before. Oh, money, they say people will make the speak dialect and data key, they say the money business, no people, no they want, no that one. After they will go explain, the tracking is just going like that. And the other time, they didn't realize, police didn't arrest them on the court. And it's only 18, they may say, I'm on age to say. 20 years of it. Then, the police arrested and who's only 18 when they say police came and then they say you want me at that state after 1 week. So the police then they have to be very better. When they be better, they will lose their respect.
Okay, they have to be very. That's what she said. They'll be very titan. You listen to Myean. She said they'll be very titan. Go ahead. Let's hear you. Okay, we first go ahead.
Yeah, one people don't understand arrest from invite. Anytime they come when you only take your own arrest. The invite is different from arrest. There are certain crimes that people can commit to arrest. Certain crimes you come to them to invite them to the police station. When they refuse to go, before you can go back to the station and say, oh, the man refuses to go, then maybe you can give up to come to arrest. But all that everybody know that is to arrest. So we need to let it go back to the station and let them know the difference to arrest and
Okay. Okay, so let's go right there. The next caller, are you there? Yeah, caller, go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Hello,
Yeah.
this is James calling from Subata.
Yeah, James. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much for the show tonight. Oh, the police not into any order. The police always making an error.
Okay.
I'm ready to talk about it because the police always do that. The police can overdo. They can overdo. I'm saying right to you. The police can overdo. They're ready to talk about it. The police can be calculating money. They can be arresting 4, 5, 6 by stacking it. They calculating the money. 1, 5, 500. They will arrest you. They get the one that's pretty fake Africa. And then find out police. They on the street as well. These are the people that calling kids on police. Police doing what? Who got it? I don't want them money. They do play. You see it there. People can just take you for people. I'm telling you, the police kill on they're ready for them. The police kill on
Okay, let's just leave it so. Yeah, we'll find it. Looking at way found a solution. Not yet to be on one thing whole day. Okay, yeah, oh my. Again, the thing. Go ahead. Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Cyrus Lama Jr. I'm a driver.
Okay.
So, brother, we really want to thank you for the show. The police we have in Liberia here. Some of them just go to the academy. They were the kind of mindset. I joined the police to get on the street, to get on the money. That's the kind of mindset they have. And some of them, they are not police, but the police get the police uniform to come stay on the street to embarrass citizens. The things that are happening in Liberia is not right. So what happening? If a policeman that graduates from the academy, somebody will show you an ID. Then you say that you don't get to look at it. So sure, you're going to graduate from the academy because if you graduate, you're supposed to know better. see what is going on. If you get to call it Johnson because I live to New Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of police officers, they get easy, but they are not police officers. They are graduate for the experiment. They get on the street, generating, taking money from people. And they did it to me. I went to the station. I said, man, you told me to get my lesson. Are you a police officer? Can you identify yourself? Okay. I said, to give you my so what makes you police officer? People came around and said, but it's not a police officer. You just have police uniform, you're not a police officer. We can't fight. We went to the station, they had to put me in jail. I went to jail, they said the man saw uniform, but the man saw the man, and last, he was not a police officer. So you see, oh God, you see what happened in this country? So these are things that happen, and it's following them.
Okay, that's why there. Yeah, we're not saying people here like, oh my, I told you say they think looking for a way forward. You want kind of too harsh now, not put your own because you off. We're looking for solution, way forward now. All right. Let's say you call her.
Yeah, I mean, man, when I'm calling
Yeah, Emmanuel, go ahead.
up,
Go ahead. I say I'm listening.
yeah, the police are very arrogant. They are talking on Sunday on his thing. Yeah, the police are paid fair to the army. Even though the men are say, you may even concern them to be a citizen. Don't get to the men, even the men are foreign, men are aided, they get people in there. So you in the people letters, they are rule. The police are giving fun.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I like it. I like how you call it short. There's nothing added like other people need to be there. Other people, no. Looking for a way forward, solution to this. Yeah. There are some bad apples and money guys, and we can still picking it up. There are some good police officers. I told you right. I said I've interacted with a lot of some of the good ones there. That I've interacted a lot of good officers, senior officers, and all. I've interacted with them. Some you don't know, and they will tell you, when you're in the action with them, when they finish, and you think that you ask yourself whether you're in conversation with a policeman, because it's not just on maybe just an ordinary conversation, but sometimes they will be providing education, information to you, so you'll be there to understand. But some are very difficult. And there are some police officers who take their uniform, have the police A and think they get it picking them for motorbike and or stuff. You have to stop this in the traffic. Some of the guys do not go through the for training. Some people don't know. Yes, there are some areas, some zones, some intersection, road intersection you have, they get police A and help and other stuff there. You put it, you get in the jacket. We have to stop it. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, this is true, I know, right?
You're live.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion that you have brought up. So, for me, we are blaming the individual police who did some of these actions. But what you should see, the country is becoming lawless.
Mm-hmm.
To get forward. Evidence of the police being used to popularize a secret office.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, they can do anything because now the law that they were supposed to enforce, that they were supposed to protect, they are being used now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, and nobody will say they're not correct, but if you take police officer on a non-working day and popularize somebody's office, why would the other police officer all time they will not go and write or do wrong things? Now when you tell me that police operation, like the way we have political operation that nobody could speak to, but even the could speak to, it couldn't work. Even the army, they will say that military operation. Where will we stay in this country? The country is becoming lawless. What happened to the Copa? We say that Copa, let him move. It will happen to the country until we are not careful, the country will go down the drain. For God forbid.
Okay. So I like it. I just know what you said. So they will always feel that that's what you said, caller, because if the police be given the instruction to carry on some of the operation, we saw that with Yake Koloba on Yake Kai. We saw them at the Capitol building for police officers to even take baton on an elected lawmaker. at that Capitol building. So that color is red. Other police officers will feel that they have no boundary. They have nothing to stop them. At the end of it, they'll feel that they have the support. They can go ahead with any operation. Because at that Capitol building, for them, where the boss goes there for confirmation, where their own boss go for confirmation, where the boss is summoned for his activities and other stuff then to the people, their boss is invited. Where the boss is subdued, they go there and just they run that whole place the way how they feel they're doing it, and nobody can can do it outside. So that color, you right on that one. It's clear. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'm still that I'm waiting for him to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only issue of the issue of the global for the safety of that safety for the police know I'm going to be careful about.
Okay.
This is why they are supporting some of the people on the tactics. They come from the safety of the tactics for their own personal things. So you people now they targeting how many bags of so even if they put down there, you don't need you don't want the people to join the power the to solve their personal problems. So even if you have your problem on your team when you pack your bag, then you but you can get it in money you will not give it. But you're talking about solution, great power to solve it. That means have a video to all people I will take contact with I completed that for you to contact with one on one. If a part of future year of the party is the same way that the trouble countries are confident that when it came to solve people are having the same with photo campaign activities on the club related and they open their office for is listening to our plan and it will help us instantly 1 billion wherein our building is the more of the order of the and if part there is going to the order of so to 2023 or election. So they that building if people working on the matter of rescue, so they get to about that. The phone are started or polygon or CDC or union or with government union. But today the king, the bill is doing the bill is doing all that thinking how to pass that bill for the people.
Okay. We're waiting on the pass that bill so we can be on one union. Is there at the house? Listen to the quarter there, folks. So you are listening to Truth FM. We're still waiting on our team of panelists. They will shortly join me on the show tonight. And as soon as guys it comes on, we will be leaving on main studio and join our team of panelists here on Closing Argument here on Truth FM. So good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are monitoring us. Welcome to your number one nighttime program here in Liberia. It is a Closing Argument here on Truth 96.1. Let's go for the break here. After this musical break, we'll come back. We will pick up more calls right here on the show tonight.
Where you at? Wake up when you stop sleeping. Whip your hands. Come on. I know you're sleeping. I gotta whip us more, yeah? Okay, let's go. If people lie to us, the power that we tell, they get tired with their lies, tired with their promises, that left to allow us damages. Tired with that fish they put in DNA, you need to see us. Until we saw it was strict us of home. So why is you lie? Why is you speak? Why is you alive?
The Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, Colonel Gregory Como, is here as well. The IG shaking hands with some of the folks there from the Armed Forces of Liberia. We will very shortly get words from some of the eyewitnesses, some Liberians who were here when this incident occurred. We will hear from them. We will get words from them with respect to what actually transpired, what led to the scene that has been created here on the grounds of right here at the SD Cooper Road. Just keep watching. This is Spoon TV, and of course, we want to make sure that we bring you an idea of everything that's transpiring here. We will speak to some of the eyewitnesses. The Inspector General of the Liberia National Police is on the scene as well right now. Colonel Gregory Como is engaging with the folks there from the he's engaging with the folks there from the Armed Forces of Liberia, and so we are going to keep posted as Liberians are here in their numbers, folks from the Armed Forces of Liberia on one end, and of course you see folks from the Liberia National Police. Spoon TV, of course, will remain posted and bringing you live updates from every corner here. We will remain posted and, of course, bring you updates here every single step of the way. We are going to speak to Liberians, some of those who have gathered here to speak, who have been witnessing the event from the very beginning. We're going to speak to some of them. As you see, Liberians are sharing, but we're yet to establish why exactly they are sharing as the folks from the Armed Forces of Liberia drive out of this particular vicinity here. And let's hope we can get more updates on what's happening here. We're going to speak to some of the eyewitnesses as well. And once we do that, we will bring you more updates. But we're trying to see as to whether we can speak with the IG, the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, Colonel Gregory Como here as well. He was able to get on the scene. We want to see if we can speak to him at some point. And once we can do that, then we will definitely move on to speak to some of the eyewitnesses. We saw just a while ago the presence of the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, the Armed Forces of Liberia fully represented here as well. And you also have folks here from the Liberia National Police on the other end here. This is Spoon TV. I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks for joining us. We are still here posted. This situation is currently happening at the SD Cooper Road here in Pinzil. So at some point we will speak. We are hopeful of speaking with the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police to know exactly what the situation is like. But we will also like to speak to some Liberians who have been on the scenes. Let's see if they can talk to us. Hello, how are you? You want to talk to us? What's your name? Welcome to Spoon TV. What exactly happened here? What did you see when you got on the scene here? Okay, you just got on the scene here, right? Okay, so let's see if we can talk to a few people. Spoon TV, of course. Welcome to Spoon TV.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what exactly happened here? You want to give us an idea of why you're here?
I thought I was not on the scene, but from what I heard, personnel were on the bike.
Okay.
The police stopped it.
Okay.
But then they did not identify themselves.
The AFL personnel did not identify himself. Okay.
All right. When there is an order.
I'm small, I want to live on PNV.
Okay, you're alive.
Yeah, well, I want to say about the police issue. The government running into found way to reshuffle the police people. Seriously.
Okay.
The police is too much in the street.
Okay.
The street hearing for way to stop. We'll go for meeting. We'll go back. If you're in the stop or right in where they want to stop, we'll show them how at the minimum to show them more get them. I don't know how ready to get it clear.
Okay.
I see that they are security in Liberia. They put everyone in the street. Seriously.
Okay, the Scott man to complain to. Yeah, Scott boy complain to. The Scott boy to say. Oh my God. Scott boy complaining. Scott, yeah, the Scott man complaining. Yeah, you know, it's not easy thing. It's not easy thing, folks. We still waiting on the guys to come on. It's coming to yeah. I want to push the case. All right, so that's it. So as I said, you having the full interaction with the public every time. You the one talking with the public every time. You the one interacting with them. Your level of interaction, where you engage your people, how they will stand for you. So we have to respond. We have to. That uniform is placed on us is saying we are there to protect. So we can just imagine to protect. So if we are not protecting anymore, it means that our own people will start to go against us. And this is what we saw yesterday. The army all through in the barrier, they don't come out. But how they come out? So you don't have to fall into action with your people every time. You are the people, I can say. You are dead. We have to be reasonable. We have to know our ethics. Yeah, we shouldn't mind this money business. We know the country is so high, so difficult. But I don't know what's the essence of what joining the folks, because I'm gonna get a reason why I should sit behind this microphone to talk. And this is how I decided to serve my country. This is the way I decided to serve my country, right? By sitting here. So whatsoever that happened here, I must be able to go through it. It's how I decided to serve my people. It's how. So it'll be challenges and other things, tough time, rock and roll, and other things I may be going through here. It is how I decide to serve my people. So I will not use my platform now. It says, I feel that because I have, thousands of people under my voice, and I just use it for marketing. It start doing for business for other people. They are where the poets say that they say the yellow generation. It comes in that because they will start to point fingers behind me. So that's it. Do you know what some of the things that we go through? Do you know what some of the things that we pass through? But every time we sit on this microphone here, our voice is always clear and sharp. And you out there, you always know that everything is well with us. Everything is fine. We have to do it because this is how we decide to serve you. It's how we decide to serve our people. So you're the officer. They don't want to know what's happening to you. They don't want to know. So when you take your action, your frustration, when you take what's happening at your back door to your people on in the traffic on the street, when you take all the heat, when you take everything, the depression, what to your people and say the way I already downhearted to them, already frustrated when I'm going to traffic on my I just went back the camera. I will just pack them. Nobody. You get 2005 to them. I can't release no motorbike to them. It's how you live. You live here. No. Despite your challenges, everything you face with, when you get back out there in your uniform, you are there again to protect. People they want to know what's happening between you and your boss. They want to know how Garguah treating you or what. They care about it. Those are some of the things you brought in. But you the officer, when you, before going to the training base, you made up your mind and say, I'm going on that training base because I want to join the force. It's true, the force is how I want to serve my country. So it was something in which you made up your mind. You never did it to go pay day and say, I was once up, or maybe a taxi driver and police officer took money from my true. I was a motorcycle and they packed me so for a reason I'm going to join the force only because I want to pay day. Was that the reason why you did it? You decide no. You left your home. You went to apply there because you, according to you, is how it's the way how you want to give back to your home, to your country, to your people. So you see it. So it comes now with a lot of professionalism. The professional aspect of it now is how you coming outside when you graduate, how you coming to engage your people, how you coming to talk to them. Because now you find yourself between life and property, where you're there to save, to protect. You're not there to shoot live border among people. You're not, it's not what was given to you. Under no circumstances. You're not to do that. You're not there to wear a uniform and make your people in the community to be afraid of you now. Everybody have that fear. Oh yeah. No, but the people in that community should see you as a speaker for them, should see you as the peacemaker for them. They should see you as the one in which they can run to with their cases. They should see you as the guardian. They shouldn't see you as someone who is proper matter and say that put it. I mean, I put it obviously your community though. I mean, my book game we seen. I mean, I put it obviously your community, but when community put take the case to him, and when you get money, you forget about it. You can't get a case. It shouldn't be that reason. Our officers need to continue attending more graduate, might say more briefing every morning. So about 3 times in a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All the zones and depot and everywhere you get them. So morning, they come outside, they put briefing small, talk to them small before going. So much. Do you know some police officers say the way they assign, they had to see that even for almost 1, 2, 3 months for the horse screen in traffic. Oh yeah. Some of the officers from the horse screen in the traffic. They play with their sign and say, you don't even know. And some of them are even doing, they are made it so confusing that you will see the PSU, the police support unit, you will see the EPS, you will see different form, you see but you're in the traffic now. Even the traffic people who are trained for that aspect say, most see someone there. You will see PSU made it. You see they mess up. You see people in Mufti, you see people in army transfer with police, all kind of things. It just mess the whole thing out. Like like a Zogo camp. Everything just mess up. It just mess. We just get everything going different. A security system where we're supposed to see everything in order. It's very rare, my people. So we are getting signal from our panelists already. I'm seeing somebody coming on. So I don't know whether he's ready now, prepared, but let's see. Since Tamani George is already showing on our screen, folks. Closing argument. Yeah, on Truth FM. Thanks to the team back home here. Thanks to to Myean. Thanks to hearing the nations and the rest of the guys, and yeah, so we are now getting signal from our team of panelists, and I'm getting some time from Sintaman and Josh. So we will shortly be leaving our main studio to bring the guys on today's Thursday, and exactly the 27th day in February. It's exactly half past the hour. It's midnight, and all the times are not the same though. So there are some people experiencing morning, certain part of the world now. There are some people it's afternoons. There are some people it's night. So wherever you find yourself, however you're listening to us, by all means, you're monitoring us. Maybe finding us on Facebook too. I would say keep sharing the program, keep sharing the show. Let's have a very good discussion. Let me get interactive or closing argument. Your best platform you're in. Liberia is on Truth FM and then Hard FM in Morovia. So it's good to be here. And my name is Ansel. Let me say thanks to the guys. And yeah, as I said, it's been very tough for the past 2 days trying to get some schools, documents and everything straight. So, but my guy haven't been here alongside for mine. And that thanks to our panelists for keeping the program on, especially to the chief, Sintaman and George, and the rest of the guys. I say thanks so much to you people. When the show don't come on, not small text messages and calls who some more can receive. You guys are not on to know what's the problem, what's going on. Yeah, the Brempo, they won't know. All the people when they just want to see you on what music coming on, say they won't know. Okay, so we are trying to set up to bring on the team shortly. As I said, we already getting signal from Chief Tomalin. He's already on the closing argument. So let's see what our production team can bring on.
Hey, thank you, Ansu. It's good to be back. Today is the 27th day of February 2025. It's another edition of the closing argument. Happy to see everyone. Hope everybody's doing well wherever you are. Just have to make it on the show because that's why we asked to do. So welcome to the closing argument, and we are happy to be back. And let me welcome Dr. Howard Jones. Dr. Howard Jones, when you coming to join us now? When are you coming to be our guest panelist? Dr. Jones, please, we want to hear from you. We want to hear your perspective about happenings in the country and around the world. So please inbox me so we can get you set up to join the team, the guest panelists, so we hear from you, get your perspectives about things. I'm sure you got a lot to offer. No soup, ball more than palm butter. This is the organ name. Salia Soni, welcome. Okay. Yeah, but Ansu, what's up, man? What's happening in Morovia? What's the latest on the ground?
Good. Yeah, Chief. Good to be here. We just been running through developments back home, updating our people from the police activities, Ministry of Justice, press release, statement from the incident yesterday, reaction from our people back here. So every corner you twist and turn, it's just talking on what happened yesterday, and I also been following information from now the Ministry of Justice and the Liberia National Police. I think they met with the AFL and the police. The two had met today with the Ministry of Justice. They had a very good meeting. Yes, and they all condemn the incident yesterday. And what we also got, we think the police is also will be working with the AFL to some of the major intersection on this no-go zone issue, at least to help to regulate the traffic. And also got information that they're also asking for a meeting tomorrow with the motorcyclists and some of the bikes that were arrested by the police. If your bike were arrested by a police officer, you can go to another zone, the depot, with your document, and so they can take a bike over. So there are some of the training issues we have been fighting online here today, back home.
Well, as we may be aware, I think I just got information that the LACC they have invited the former vice president. I don't know. For the LACC, I know they're trying to come on our show, so we're still working out the modalities. But so I don't know what they invited her for. We'll reach out to her to find out why are they calling her to the LACC for. We'll get to her soon. Wait, is this Mozart Dennis? You're the one from the Mozart Dennis that was with the in the press, like the press guy. I wonder if it's a Mozart Dennis guy. I don't know if it's Mozart Dennis. It seemed Mozart Dennis I used to be with, I think the Lone Star or whatever, but he was a press person, camera person. I wonder if it's the same guy. But it's good. I don't know. I see Abule Dole, Zozo, watching from Zozo. Oh yeah, Mozart said he's the one. Wow. That's the veteran. Mozart Dennis is a veteran. Veteran media person though. I think you're into the photograph issue. Yeah, he said it's him. Oh, brother, good to see you, man. Good to see you watching. Mozart Dennis. I want to. So where are you, Mozart? You in the States or you in Liberia? Well, anyway, yeah, good to see him, man. Peter. Okay, photojournalist. Yes, that Mozart. Damn it, I want to Liberia best. Answer that guy, Mozart Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
The guy.
Yeah.
They here.
Okay.
He's a veteran. When I say veteran, man, this man, not the teenager guy around this time. This is a real photojournalist. He know how to, I know that he's still doing his craft, but one of the best from back in the day. Yeah. He's in Minnesota now. I think the man traveled extensively around the world. Yes.
Well, you see the main photo second, though. You see the main photo, you see?
The great Mozart Dennis of Liberia, photojournalist, Liberia's Mozart Dennis. Dr. Howard Jones, thank you. I look forward to hear from you, Dr. Jones. I'm sure the people of Liberia would like to hear from you one of these days to find out your perspective. He said he's still in the business. Wow. Mozart, we got to hook up, man. We got to get your digits so we can compare notes. Wow, one of Liberia's best, the great Mozart Dennis of Liberia. Yes, I can confirm to our audience that bombing Senator Edwin Melvin Snow will be our guest for the first time, the closing argument on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. I repeat, Bombing County Sion Senator Edwin Melvin Snow will be our guest on the closing argument on Tuesday, March 4th at, yes, he's presently traveling in the sub-region. I think he's on his way to Accra, I think. He's a member of the ECOWAS Parliament. And so they are very busy in the region right now. He and I chatted briefly today, and he will be our guest for the first time on the closing argument on Tuesday, March 4th. Wow, my birthday month is coming. My birthday is coming, March 16th. So being like, bro, by that time, hey, I pray. My doctor said I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna do this, do so, and I work on my foot. Oh, can I crack? I go like, bro, I can't go further than that. And they say, to him, another go. That I said, you shouldn't go, the man still wanted to go. But let me bring in my guest panelists too, the Honorable Jerome Gayman of the great Sunshine State of Florida, one of Liberia's best too, Honorable Jerome Gayman. Mr. Gayman, good to see you, brother.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry and the Chief. Beautiful message from greeting from South Florida, great city of Miami. You know, that's South Florida, Garguah town, Garguah country.
Oh, you in Miami? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm in South Florida.
The weather have changed, but President, we used to go to Pembroke Pines.
Pembroke Pines. I read between Fort Lauderdale and Miami. That's correct.
Yeah. Hey, back in the day, we enjoyed that place. What?
Hey,
enjoy Florida, man. We'll go there.
When President Weah comes over here, the Brazilian, the Argentina, the Argentines, the Colombians, and I mean, you name it. They are the whole South and Central America. They are soccer lovers. You walk into the bar, when you say you're from Liberia, you get free drinks sometimes. So you walk in and say, "Oh, Josh Weah." You say, "Yes." You know, they don't call him Josh Weah.
You know, we got to meet. We met Shaquille O'Neal, true, President Weah. I remember were there. I think that was his wife's birthday that weekend. We're there, and then we said we wanted to go to the club to hang out. So we went out and got there. But somebody said, "Oh, Shaq in the area." I thought he had just went to the Miami Heat. So we were there chilling. When I look, man, Joey, I got blessed with that ball. Man, we got to the place. The line was so long. Everybody was trying to get Shaq in the club. So they had in the place of signing autograph thing. Man, we carried 3 cars. When we got there, the people said, so the landlord said, we got to go back home, man. I said, wait. Let me tell you who in the car. When the man went to the people, they say, Joe, we had a message for you. I mean, the security, the police came for us. So what in Basel? Took him. I said, what? I said, what? When there, the Kehleboe VIP, we sat down. I said, what? Got to put on the land still. So we're there.
They call him King George. They don't even call him president. They call him King George or his king.
Yeah, when got him alone, then somebody said, "Oh, Shaq, you know who in the club too?" I said, "Well, just like." He said, "Oh, where is he?" I said, "Oh, where they met, the Hawk." And they started exchanging normal. I said, "Wow." I said, "Yeah." And Shaq, that guy's a gorilla, man. Huge guy. Damn,
yeah. 7-footer.
7-footer, and he big,
huge.
Yeah. But Mr. Goodman, what's on your mind today, man? Let's get going. What's on your mind about the happenings in Africa, Liberia, and our one world? What's happening? What's on your mind?
Well, Liberia, I just communicated with one of the embassies and about the police issue. And they told me to send a few photos, which I did send. But it is disturbing. I think if you went back to the former Honor Secretary, I think for African Affairs, Mr. Cohen, he told Liberians that were beating the war drums that if you continue to do what you do in war camps in this country, you are going to retrogress minimum 50 years. And nobody listened to him. Today, this is where we are. I read the joint press release from the Army and the police. Now they're going to be doing some work jointly. I guess the stations now going to be manned by both Army and police to show camaraderie, to show cooperation, which is good on the surface, but the police need training. And sometimes what you see in society mimics the actual grievances of a society. When you look at our country that is obsessed with degrees and certification, you go in some of these guys, offer the guy about 5 degrees from Harvard, from everywhere on the wall, but their performance does not correspond to what is on the wall. When you look at Mr. Garguah, when they said they were bringing him back, some of us kicked against it because in early government, this guy was known as the Mr. Shortfall. He did absolutely nothing right. Every time the budget came, there was a budget shortfall. Garguah and Conan, those 2 guys were always budget shortfall. And they interchanged them. Wherever he went to South Africa or Kenya, wherever he went, he was coming back. And everybody said, when he gets here, he will turn the economy around. This man has not put forth an iota of a plan that people can say, yes, this is what's going to turn this country around. Instead, he's asking people to pray. Now, it is so ironic. This man hired the Imam Crai. He hired Dr. Reeves. He hired the guy from ACO. All the religious people are on the payroll. You ask them to pray. The people who got direct line with God, according to them, God is talking to them. They are blessing people. They are doing all of those things. So they got the right line with God. You won't tell them to call God. That Tomalin, you're going to call. God don't listen to Tomalin. God will not listen to me. I don't have the line. Those guys got the red line with God. So this is the kind of asinine things that we are talking about, that when these folks come with the training, they come with their big certificate. All they want to do is, I got Harvard degree, I got Columbia degree, but then when you put them to the test, they do nothing. Same thing with the police. Some of these folks say they went to the police academy. You cannot tell me this is what they learned in the police academy, where another law enforcement officer shows his badge and say, here I am on my way to work or on my way from work. And you say, I can't read, I don't even want to see that stuff. And you start beating on the man. In the States here, Mr. George, in your neighborhood, if you are a friend with the sheriff or the police chief, they gave you an honorary badge that you carry around with you. When someone pulls you over, you give them the badge. And when they do the preliminary, they just let you go because they know you are a man or woman of character. So for the man in the U.S., I'm in the Liberian military to say, this is my ID, this is my badge, I'm on my way to work or on my way from work. And another agency says, I don't care, I don't read, man, I'm not going to look at that stuff. That kind of, I mean, you talk about straight street talk, unprofessionalism. So these are some of the things that we are talking about. Then again, this government is a government that their major accomplishment is distraction. When something major is going on, they like to distract. With this major fiasco going on now, they now call the vice president in to make big news. They are citing the vice president, the LACC that itself needs investigation. We are talking about Mr. Garguah says $17 million just got lost, doesn't know where that money went. LACC is not talking about it. We are talking about the budget that just passed. Nobody know where the budget was. It disappeared for a while. We have not seen it. The LACC got their cut in there. They didn't say anything. So we all know this is a fiasco. This is another smoke screen. This is a distraction. So you can be talking about it and forget about what is happening with the police and the army.
Well, but I mean, what you're saying is I mean, you are on point. But let me tell you this though. But when it comes to, you see, which will come with Garguah, right? I've been knowing Garguah and Twer for a long time. I remember there was a debate at LU, where the late Thomas Donald, he was running for also president against, I think, he went against, he was from Studa. He went against, I think he went against Garguah or Patrice Ouya, one of them. And Twer introduced him for that debate. And they come a long way. But I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Gilman, these are all brilliant guys. But you know, like one of my colleagues, one of my friend, our guy, Togar, the other said something the other day. He said, you can be very smart, you can be brilliant, but our society, the way our society is structured, when you get involved into government, certain part of the government, for you to break through that cycle is hard. And you see, that's the reason why you see Boama Kamara, the former finance minister, he'll be coming here soon. The reason why he couldn't stand it, he had to leave the UP government very early because he was faced with a lot of hurdles, a lot of challenges. And the way they wanted to do things, I don't think he was in favor of that. Because he's not the kind of guy who will play kind of games and so forth. So you see, and when Garguah, he was the World Bank representative in Uganda, I think, to leave that job to become finance minister, I said, this brilliant guy, smart guy, he will end up getting himself mixed up and screw himself up in a short time. And his statement about invoking prayers because because you said suspended aid, I think it was unfortunate. I thought he would have said, Mr. President, this is serious. We're about to lose almost more than $50+ million. Let us convene an emergency cabinet meeting. And then from there too, you also convene a meeting with the 3 branches of government, 2 branches of government, and say, look, We're in a serious problem as a country. We cannot afford to live the way we're living. We cannot afford to be having recurring expenses of almost $700 million a year. I don't think it's fair to the country and people, and it's about to hit defense. And this suspension of aid is going to affect us. Because now I also see the European Union also now following the US, they're cutting aid to African countries too. I think the tune of about $7.something billion. So they're going to start cutting aid. So they're putting Africa on the notice that, look, you guys got to fend for yourself now. For so long, we've been taking care of you guys, but now all we hear about the money we send to your country is corruption. So now, that's the best for him to have said than on top of prayers. I mean, the Bible says, prayer will fit with all work. It doesn't work, I think. So yeah, you cannot be praying and then you're not trying to practicalize something into work, So, but because it's serious, if they don't convene and cut down their huge, the astronomical salaries and benefits they're getting, they're going to affect them. You cannot afford to be having 7-10 cars in a convoy still, SUVs, when all the cars are carrying gasoline and so forth, you're paying money for them. You can't be having all these cars. You can't be having all that stuff as a lawmaker to go to play. Like I just found out today again, instead of the $45,000 allocated for cars, that was the threshold for getting new cars, they took it to $60,000.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do all of that. And to be paying $60G for one person car to drive where? All you see the cars in Monrovia, you're in Monrovia recently, they either park to one of your team spot. Look, they park there and everybody want to make news. You go to the entertainment spot and park your cars there, and then you get from the car, you bullshitting and things. That's all they want to do. Because it's all people doing it before. But then they get about 2-3 cars. The first car will come, the advanced car will come, and people will jump on the car, acting at its own secret service. Everybody, they come in, you come in, you want to show off. Chief, you won't enter the place. Everybody's away, and when you get everybody say, "Oh, Chief, what's up?" And you bluffing because you be big man now. All of that thing got to stop, and that's why the country money going. The governor of the central bank, one of them. I mean, I think that's the governor. I think they make about $56,000 a month.
Yep.
And they break down. They're paying for the housing. They're paying for the generator. They're paying for the then the salary included and other fringe benefits. Imagine. Then the board, each time the board said, I think they get between $10,000 to $15,000. You got money to pay the people. So just go sit down to talk, sit at board meeting and thing. I mean, and this is what happened in the country, So that's what I expected for Gafon to have done. He should have carried the president and said, let's go to cabinet. Cabinet convene. Okay. I don't think one last president Boga had a cabinet meeting. That Trump had a first cabinet meeting yesterday, I think. Had a first cabinet meeting yesterday. Okay. But you should convene a cabinet meeting and tell the cabinet, we got to recast the budget, we got to read our budget again, our priorities, and let's focus on it. But Mr. Gilman, $700 million of our national budget is spent on recurring expenses. And only $100 million for the people for development. What were the priority areas, And the president dedicated, he toured the Emirates Hospital yesterday. But look at the Emirates Hospital budget. See how much they put in the budget. How can let me tell you something. The 5 top officials in the country, the president, the vice president, the speaker, deputy speaker, the pro tem, their budget is $10.6 million. So, I mean, in the 8th poorest country in the world, and then with all what's happening, you think they will say, well, let us reconvene and cut down all this stuff, cut it down to meet the realities. So look, and Trump and Musk, I'll tell you right now, right? The last thing I want to hear about people playing with that kind of money. And what people are doing right now, maybe they don't know. They are taking our national budget, they bring it on Capitol Hill now, and trying to push it through to get to Musk's office. Say, well, yeah, our country here, the kind of money people playing with. So you should be very careful how you send money to Liberia. I mean, and it's sad. It's sad. So my only disappointment that he should not talk about prayer. He should talk about let's try to cut down. That puts on austerity measures instead of cutting down. I mean, instead of talking that.
Well, you know, I was talking when I was with the Chamber of Commerce as Vice President for Minority Affairs. We have these speakers come in and say, you know, I work at the World Bank or Wall Street. The first question that we usually ask is, what do you do on Wall Street? Because people throw these words around.
Yes.
Some of these folks are mail carrier. They get on the bike, they carry letters from office to office. They still work on Wall Street. Some of these people are janitors on Wall Street. They tell you they work on Wall Street. And the layman in Liberia, all he or she wants to know is the person work at the World Bank or the person work on Wall Street. When you ask Gamfuan, what is it that you did at the African Bank in Uganda? What impact did you, what other new things that you introduced? Because you are meeting the system there. So you are not introducing anything new. So for folks to say he's leaving his job, when you go to a well-established organization like the World Bank, you think Garguah is going to make the money he's making as finance minister? Hell no. Why do you think he jumped over there real quick, or Americana? All of these people jumped from where they were. They were in something called a holding pen, waiting for the opportunity to come. Look, what did he do? He came to Liberia. He became senator. Look, what has he done since he became senator? Once in a while, he will write a little thing here, criticizing here and there. And you see him the next day, he's in the gym posting photos, he's working out and doing those things. What did Garguah do at the African Bank in Uganda? That he can say, I will transfer the technology or that knowledge to Liberia. Nobody knows about it. And from his performance now, I can tell you that he did absolutely nothing there. He was just an employee that went to work, got recommendation from Ellen Johnson's leave, and they brought him in. But did he bring anything? Now, let's contrast that with Pewee. Pewee came in, hit him, or like the gentleman is brilliant. He's brilliant. Look at the COVID epidemic around the world. He was able to put an economic system together that people stay home and their check was still running. If that was the Unity Party, they could have taken advantage of that and squandered all the money and blame it on COVID. But people were home, as much as they were protesting against the CDC government, they were home getting paid. That is brilliance. Whether you like Pewee, I never met him, I don't know who he is, but when the whole world was on a lockdown, I have a business here. I have 28 full-time employees. I had to lay everybody off until the assistant came in, and then we had to pay them.
You get a paycheck, say I'm gonna pay your employees, and who have more than 10 person working for you.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, like my music director make $110 an hour. He had to get paid. The teachers here that are the master's degree certified, they make $37 an hour. They have to get paid. These people are on your payroll. So for Pewee to have come in with the brilliance that our economy didn't collapse, the country didn't go down into the toilet, it says a lot about who this guy is. Now contrast that with this guy that has nothing going, nothing. This is you are talking about the entire world coming to a standstill with COVID. Compare that to $51 million that he's talking about, that he's asking for prayer. What happens if he had inherited the COVID pandemic or the epidemic? What would he have done? Prayer. So this tells you that when someone brings a resume to you, Mr. George, and you look at it 10 pages long, you should ask, what have you done that we can say it is corresponding to what you wrote here? or you just go from university to university to university because you know Liberia and say, oh, the man graduated from Harvard. He is very qualified. Everything is qualified when you come from some school. I know guys who have graduated, never had a job in the United States, never worked, but you go into their offices, they got degrees everywhere lined up. Then you go out there, you get them a job, and he tells you that he wants to pray. And I'm going to go into some of the brilliant minds of the world when calamity hit, what they did. We're talking about 1945, 1944, when the World War II ended. What the United States did to create jobs, what the brilliant minds did compared to where we are now. Mr. George, it is funny.
Somebody,
There's a noise in the back. Could you?
It might be
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay, let me welcome Grace, Grace, our Guar, and Chuchu Jones. Chuchu can show up once in a while. when you got funny when you can show up. You're not telling my man. But on a serious note, look, as I said, like Togar said the other day, he said you can be smart, but depending on the kind of a society and the kind of complex situation in Liberia, you cannot really mangle your way. It's hard. And like I said, people are advising not to take that job when you were appointed because if you come into the country, change, help the things will be different. It's sad, but because they're going to be resisted. Now, so what's happening now? I think he has to recalibrate because prayer will not solve the problem. You can, all these people that you call to pray, these people are, I mean, you depend on them for getting. All of them already have done. They appointed their own boards. All the people that probably will be critical, all of them are on board now. The President Boga put on various boards and they're getting their money. One of the pastors I respect in Liberia, I won't tell nobody to lie. They made a call, Reverend Joseph Garguah Johnson. I respect him. He was appointed on Retired Steve board during the Weah administration. When certain things didn't go good, he resigned. He began, I think, 3,000 and change. I think in US, other stuff. He resigned. He was the vice president of her church, her pastor, the former vice president of her pastor. And Reverend Garguah Johnson resigned. He said, "No, and people were like, "What? You didn't want that money to resign?" He said, "No, I would not. I will resign. I'm not going to succumb to certain things." So he's resigned. So all the people you see that on the very board, the pastor, the imams, and even the Liberian Baptist Seminary president, the one they call Dr. Reeves, all of them, they're on board. Now you think they would talk? They can't talk right now because they're getting paid. That's why I respect the back in the days when they say Liberian Council of Churches. I pay glowing homage today to Reverend Dr. Bishop George D. Brown from the Episcopal Diocese, the Presbyterian guy, Reverend H. Victor Stryker, and also Bishop Kula. You have Bishop Michael Francis, okay, and you have Chief Kafuma Kone. All these people back in the day, they get door, and mind you, during that time, they were facing a military dictator, Samuel Doe, but they get door hard time. They never compromised. They never started for anything. They were fighting. But nowadays, look at what the man, this man Bishop Winker, all of them just went down. All of them start compromising, and they went down. Today, you got all the people that they just council of churches people. Can you imagine this? The impasse at the House of Representatives. You expected the council churches to intervene, the interministerial alliance to intervene, but they couldn't do it because why? They compromised. They got their own side. So you see, but and Mr. Gibbon, I'll tell you again, I will not just beat down Gaffan. Gaffan is a brilliant man. I'll tell you the truth. But the problem with Gaffan, I think he took the job the wrong time because your former finance minister, former director of the budget, former foreign minister, and get them credit now. During the time of Manasari economic management team, they caused they went for that debt. Well, $2 billion debt was waived, and the second two, what they did too, they were able to get the $257 million from the MCC compact. But the first time Liberia received it, they were the team, But again, as I said, the statement about praying, invoking God, prayers to come, I think it was unfortunate. I don't think you should have come up with that. And right now, I don't see how you manage to navigate with what's happening right now, because you can't control it. You're working with a government that's you have people just doing all kind of stuff. You can't everyday corruption. Look what happened with the Mo Ali case. Magically went to work. He went and got somebody getting all the documents, the performance invoices, the documents for the project. And challenging Mo Ali said, "Now come now, ain't say you pay $250,000 for the project. Yeah, documents will guy here. The document guy that you pay for it, actual documents, yeah, the documents. Come and defend it." And you see, so the reality is that the country is corrupt. But I hear from Grace and I hear from Chuchu June. I hear from two of them saying they're just coming.
Well, I would like to say hi to everybody on the panel. It's hi, Chuchu. I ain't see you for a long time.
Hold on. Go ahead, Grace.
You know you're always my favorite, right? Chuchu Alex Jones. Well, thanks for coming on. And I would like to say welcome to the panelists. I came late. I guess I just took the show for something else, so I came late. But it's good to be here. And if you're on the show, please share the video on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you are. Share the show so other people can get to listening to what we are saying. If it's going to benefit Liberia somehow, you know, we're just here to continue to push forward and put the government foot to the fire for them to do the right thing. But like Tomalin was saying, look, if press could save Liberia is going to be a safe place. The people have been praying. I know people that are praying, mothers, women, men, you know, they pray for this country on a regular basis. I even did a post the other day. One man told me, say, "Oh, Grace, instead of you teaching the poor English, why you don't just pray for the country?" But all the prayers are going up. But faith with all work is dead. The Bible said it. Faith with all work is dead. So if you're praying and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, God is not going to send manna from heaven. God is not going to send directive for you to do the right thing when you know you're supposed to do the right thing. Concern the thing with Garguah, I came on the scene social media. I talked about Garguah with him even being the head of the Ledgers board of directors, and his brother is even serving as the director, you know, of Ledgers, and then his wife is serving, leading a department there. That in itself is corruption. So even if the president has hired in that position, you have integrity, and you coming from a good place with all the credentials, and people say the places he worked with their experience, you will know not to want to, you know, encourage your brother to even take that position. So right there in itself, that you know that these people, majority of them, when they go to Liberia, they don't do the right thing. They live in other countries, they were abide by the law, they will do the right thing, they will be able to do the work. But when it comes, as soon as they enter Liberia, there's an air there that blow on them, and they just be that, you know, since the country is, they look at the country to be an all-law country, so everybody will be doing their own thing. So far with him even saying about the prayers, he I guess he's in a place where he doesn't know what to do, but you can't find an excuse for him, Tomalin, because when you put your place in a position, you're supposed to be able to know what to do in that position. The people have to trust you that you can actually do that job before they hire you. So it means that you have a trained background, you were prepared before you got in that space to even do that job. So you have to execute the job the right way, whether you made it in a disarray. They put you there so you can be able to do what you have to do. So what he says seems as though that he doesn't really know what to do at this point in time. So he even requesting for prayer. But do you people think that the world are going to just continue to support you and you take this money and use it on yourselves, and the people seeing your people, the people in the country in abject poverty, and they keep on giving to Liberia and giving to Liberia, and nothing is being done. This place is not developed. Nothing is really, you know, prospering in the place as far as it shows from the lives of the people. Majority of the people living abject poverty, they can't even afford to have a full three-time meals a day. So you know, you look at the whole thing. God don't make mistake when he does things. Maybe bringing Donald Trump to power was a reason why to open the eyes of these African leaders to do what they're supposed to do to benefit themselves. And now the Europeans are even trying to take away grants that they're giving to Africa. I don't know whether you saw that, but somebody put that in the back end that Europe is also doing the same thing, that they are taking away some money from the aids and things that they're giving to Africa. They are taking it away. So it's going to be a very hard 6 years with this leadership that is in power, because they don't know what to do, because they don't know the resources of the country. They don't even know how and to even be able to use these resources to bring benefit to the people. Liberia is a very rich country. If the people focus on how to do things in the country, to do export some of the goods out, and maybe it would be better. But you know that they have no clue. And this government was voted into power because they said that they knew what they were doing with all the experiences that they had. You know, but I always say relevant experience is very important to a job. You don't put people in places that don't have the relevant experience. Somebody can go to school and be an A student and also have experience in other things that they work with, like they're in other positions. But if you put them in a position that's odd, that they never work in that position, it means that they're going in a learning process. So it will take them time to even be able to gear up themselves. You can't go and put somebody, an accounting, in a space where he's an economist supposed to be in. So it will get that accounting hard time, although they know numbers, but they are not economists. So and that's why it's suffering this government, because they base their whole hiring thing in the country on policy and who know you, family members, and the travel listing. And that's what they base their hiring on. They have competent Liberian people all over the world. You just need to find these people, put them in place to bring Liberia back or bring it more than where it used to be. But I before I close, I would say, concerning this whole council of churches. Right now, the council of churches in Liberia, they don't have any way. You need some powerful people that stood up to the government. Other powerful people I know that stood up to the government was Jeremiah Walker. The Right Reverend Walter D. Richards. These people, in fact, they came a time like don't want to kill Walter Richards. He said he was going to kill the man. They had to take him and carry him to Ghana because he was standing on the pulpit. He was saying it as it is. Because those people, they were people that had their own flaws, but they believe in God, and they also love the people of the country. They love the people. That's why they went back to their hometown and they created jobs in a little bit capacity. Even as pastors, they were able to create jobs in a different bureaus to help the people in those bureaus. But these days, it's not like that. So it would take a strong leader to come in 2029 and be a president in 2030 to change Liberia to where it's supposed to be. And the UP and CDC, they are not the parties, because these two parties, it's an abusive relationship that Liberians are in with these two parties. Until they can wake the hell up and say, you know what, these two parties not going to take on nowhere, they will continue to live in agitated and suffer. But welcome on the platform, Sylvester.
Yeah, welcome the neo-progressive leader. But I thought you're in Liberia, right? Because I know you're launching your party tomorrow. Are you in Liberia? Pewee? Pewee, you in Liberia?
You don't want to hear me. I know. You know, I'm not in Liberia.
I think you are the one in Nima, because the party will be launched tomorrow in Nima, I think. Wow.
No, I'm not in Liberia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Grace, you said it. On a serious note, we in a serious problem. Our country is in a serious problem. And like I said, I pray, I call on everybody. Let us do our best this coming election. Look, let us come together. Let us do something. Let us take it like it means a lot to us. Yeah, let us go for the fight. Because if we sit and allow the wrong people to take power again in the country, this generation, I should forget it. Because by that time, because after the election, next election now will be talking about most of will be our system now pushing to something now. So I mean that so we'll be all paper and all money now. Let's be frank. Yeah. And you won't be, and then what must can you
except for me, I will not be. I refuse to be.
You see, so we gotta fight. Let's be sure. Let's be honest, and let us not take it for a joke. It's a serious thing, and we gotta be real. If you know people cannot do a job, don't fool people, man. Don't computerize them are running again. I mean, take people, let be friend, man. Let focus. I think Grace will be a better candidate. That go there. But if we do, I know we'll have a problem. So even my party, the party that coming, my party that I will talk about, what also already got all our money. We need money for anybody. The party need money. They got the money already settled. That matter of time. 2027, we launch, that party will be launched. They'll be get a set going. That party. I told the leader of the party, I said, look, if I don't know who will be the external bearer, but if the person that will be external bearer is the person that is not electable, we're not going to waste our time. We have to join another party and merge with another party, or maybe form a coalition with another party and support that party. Yeah, we shouldn't waste time. Yeah, if I know that Grace the best and my own party candidate not the best, I would tell them don't waste our time. Let's support that lady. They go there for the good of the country. But people are here from you, man. What's going on?
Thank you. I mean, it's good. Following development home, I think, we've been in this cycle time to time, stating the concern about the country, but sometimes we have to basically reflect, and I believe God love even the people in Pakistan. The Almighty God do love them. There have to be a kind of a way they will have to strategize to reconstruct, or the kind of a devastation they went through. They will have to put into place a kind of a structural plan to get out of that. So I hear you always lamenting on what the Minister of Finance stated, and part of your lamentation is, I mean, it should not be basically on the by the grace of God, but it should be he putting into place a kind of a structural changes that will help close the gap on the support base and other reasonable thing to open the country up. There's a growing need for that to happen, and part of the reason when the minister took the helm of power, the Minister of Finance again for the second time, I stated clearly that he was the only individual that got the bullet puppet to do most of those things, because he came from the perspective of the budget as the last director of the Budget Bureau. Then was still the Budget Bureau. Immediately when he was named Minister of Finance, the following year, the Budget Bureau will now merge with the Minister of Finance, as would not have a deputy minister for the budget. And then he didn't stop there. From the Minister of Finance, he came back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wherein I thought he would have reintroduced this process that they started during the 8 days of Madame Salif administration, this economic diplomacy process. How can we leverage economic diplomacy versus trying to create more partnership development with most of our both bilateral and multilateral institutions, particularly from the multilateral aspect. And so those are the kind of things I expected, and I would still expect for them to do some overhaul and put into place some reasonable thinking as to how we can move about that and move the country running again. Other than that, we're going to be in this cycle of process that the country would just end the Liberian people are complaining. They are really complaining that times are tough. Things are more difficult in terms of going about the daily regal and the rest of that money. So there will have to be a total overhaul of the policy process in government. What is the Minister of Finance doing? What plan he got to introduce to the president to put into place some overhaul, drastic cut in government bureaucracy? I understand the government bureaucracy is not what they bloated, but what we can do some adjustment in terms of waste. Is there any waste area that we spending money that is not required? So they will have to go through all those things and begin the process of helping to salvage most of those situations that's unfolding in the country again. But again, yesterday's situation that unfolded between the police and the military, the optics also is not a good thing. So if the country is struggling to get on its economic footing, and then there's some issue to undermine the rule of law in the country, got the proclivity of deeply scaring potential investors of the country, because to see what is unfolding currently there, and because these are the two major security institutions in the country. The premier military security institution is the military. We all believe and respect the military. They stand for the rule of law, and they are well regimented. To see them out yesterday and and trying to exhibit some power and openly and publicly flocking police officers is just proof that the rule of law is not being adhered to in the country. That's not a good sign for the country on a serious note. That the military, any investor would think that a military man can pull them or begin. So it's wrong. I saw the population hailing and crucifying the police and then hailing the military yesterday. Now, and part of that is a clear manifestation that the reason why they crucify, the reason of the crucifixion of the police is that the police involve the public every day. And they believe the police is corrupt. They believe the police has been doing this, but the police have also done a lot of good job in the country. So, but again, what I believe we need to have, so I don't know too many if you guys talk about it from the beginning, but there should be some outcome from that so that the country will prove to the international partners or all of the potential investors that there's an ambit of rule of law in the country. Other than that, you're going to further expose the country, and this is going to be a dangerous precedent that we really want to begin to set in the country. So those two institutions here, the police chief and out of the chief of staff, will have to sit and have a meeting of the mind and do a kind of a quick investigation, expedite the investigation process, and come up with some findings and announce to the public that this is what unfolded and we're taking this measure so that they won't repeat itself again. This is was a dark day for the country, rule of law tendencies. So it's wrong. But I think we need to put into place some rigorous economic policy that will have to transform a lot of things moving forward in the country. Other than that, we're headed for a serious problem. Now the rain is about to come again. A couple of months from now, we're going to be in the rainy season. Most of the roads are currently they're getting terrible. The minute that we are in March, we're going to start having some rain but in particular northern Liberia, Lofa, Myean. The roads will start getting impassable, if not pliable. If there's no money to do some intervention in the southeast, then the economic activities in those areas may be even terrible to money on a serious note. The places like Maryland, you start buying a bag of 25 kilo would probably be going for like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, because if we don't have the kind of a means of transporting the goods to the appropriate market area, it may cause some problem for the country. So the Minister of Finance will have to be very prepared to take some, and move in the process of trying to save the country. Other than that, listen, if government were to fail, then trust me, Waka is done, because he's the most competent and qualified in the thought process to come back to the Ministry of Finance. On a serious note.
Let me push back again, Mr. Pewee's assertion that the police have done some good. That's why we pay them. You get paid to do good job. We cannot commend you if you came to work on time. You're supposed to be to work on time. You cannot tell me to give you a gold medal because you show to work on time. That's your job, to show to work on time.
No, but Mr. Gamer,
President, no, listen.
Quickly, before you continue, please.
Go ahead.
You can also be honored sometime by your boss for coming to work consistently on time.
Yeah, but guess what? Your coming to work on time should commensurate with your productivity. If you want to show up and you're not doing anything, you wouldn't want your name to be called. You have to put your hand up and say, I'm present. You are non-productive. Liberia is a non-productive country, and yet and still there are people calling for more holidays. Okay? You got tons of holidays. People are not working. They're not even going to work. And people are saying the tons of holidays we have is not even enough. We should add even more holidays onto it. This is the kind of thinking that we are talking about. It is the backward thinking that got us to where we are now. You talk about economic development here. Let me go back to the historical context here. Let's look at 1945, 1946, 1947. When World War II ended, they brought in Harry Truman, right, to take over, which he did. His economic advisor said, this country is going to go back to civil war. We have to do something. And they came up with a strategic plan, the Employment Act, which was also included the GI Bill and all of these things to put people to work. This is why he said, we are going to have the GI Bill. The military, the people that are most affected, when they come in home, you take care of that, you know what's going to happen. So the GI Bill gave you you get money to build homes, go to college, do all of those things. So the appeased those people, took care of those folks. Then they did the Employment Act, and they took care of the masses. So this is what I was talking about. When you talk about economic advisor, the chair of that economic advising team is Garguah. If he cannot meet with the administration and say, this is what I think is going to move this country forward, if he cannot do that, he is incompetent. This man has not shown anything that would transform Liberia from what it is to the next level. Instead, we are stuck. In fact, under Garguah, the budget is not even, it has not been sent to the public. You don't even know what we're seeing here is either draft, is amended, but transparently for the
no, but go on the site, on the website. No, Mr. Gaiman, listen.
Listen to the when was that?
No. I come on, Mr. Gaiman. No. Let me provide this information to you on that. The Liberian government, via the Ministry of Finance, if you were to go to the Ministry of Finance and Development website, the budget is there. So you just have to go there. The budget is there.
Listen,
that is not a secret.
I've been there and I've been part of budget. Okay, budget includes public hearing, all of that stuff. Did you see that when they were doing this budget?
What? Did I see what? The public hearing process?
Did you see the public hearing? Did you see the input from the public about the budget, or you only saw the finished product?
So the committee, so yes. So normally the committee will work via a specialized committee from both houses. We will call the joint committee. We meet and we'll have to invite, like for instance, they will start first with revenue generating institutions, right? Those hearing will start with the revenue generating institution. Then they will invite the institutions that are now just expending money. Okay. Right. So
I understand that. Who did that? Tell me who was the speaker that did that?
What do you mean by who was the speaker who did that?
I'm just asking you. You were just talking about the rule of law. You were just talking about the rule of law. Who did that?
Come in. Hold on.
No. Ask the question.
So you want to hold up? I want you to slow down a little bit so that let me provide this education for you. But it seems
I understand what you are saying because I understand the process.
One minute, please.
Who held the budget hearing?
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to that. I just said to you first, and it seems to be you having this conversation, but you're not listening very well.
I'm listening because I follow the process. You say I should go to the website.
Not listening.
I said the process. I've been to the website. I saw it. But
if you are listening
to process?
I'm coming to that. If you are listening to me, Paul, you didn't comprehend what I first said initially. This is what I will go back and say again. There's a joint committee on ways, means, finance, and the budget. Now you're gone. You say you want explanation, and you're gone. So
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
Okay. There's a joint committee on ways, means, finance, and the budget. The both committee would meet and have, because the reason why the joint committee.
I don't want to be drinking while you're talking. That's why.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's good. It's so good that you're not drinking beer. No problem on that.
How you know why here could be king juice? Clear one, 150 proof.
That 150 proof. That one for Ganta or beyond Ganta.
Everybody can drink it. Grace don't drink that.
At all, or so not Grace take or champagne. Okay. That's good. But yeah, so the joint committee will have to meet, and the joint committee will meet. The reason why the joint committee is going to always meet and they perform that is for them to just have an understanding as to before approving the budget, so they report to the both plenaries. The both committee will cite institutions, for instance, revenue generating institution first, and institutions that are just expanding, making use of the budget money. So that's why I said to you, the Committee on Ways, Means, Finance, the budget from both houses will conduct a public hearing about the budget. That's the process. That's the culture. The public hearing will be conducted by the institutions, and they will hear and report to both plenary before the budget is passed. Now, when I will agree with you of recent, and for me, I will be very honest, the recent budget that was just passed, it was not a very expanded process of public hearing that went on. They just passed budget. But what it did, they invited certain institutions to the budget hearing. For instance, you invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. What is your anticipation? What are you going to be raising this year in terms of the respect to the budget? The Minister of Foreign Affairs said, we're expanding our passport sections across the world. We're going to open new port for instance, in Minnesota. We're going to consulate in Minnesota. We're going to have this area in New York. We have Washington, D.C. We have Brussels. We have Beijing, China. And we have Paris, France, and other areas. Via those processes, the issuance of visas and consulate documentations and passport sales, we're going to generate $2.8 million. So it's kind of a way that we're going about it. But the ministry will lead the whole process about presenting the budget. When the budget is presented to the Speaker office to be given to the legislature, it is outlined. Then it is now the prerogative, because Article 34 of the Constitution of our country give the prerogative to the legislature to do the analysis and pass the national budget.
Mr. Pewee, I understand that
yes,
you're trying to evade the question. Who presided over the budgetary process?
The legislature.
No. Exactly. Who has the legislature?
The Speaker.
Who's the Speaker?
Who the what?
Who's the Speaker?
Oh, okay, so you're going to. I come in one minute.
I'm just asking who is the Speaker.
You're confusing.
No, I'm not. Just answer the question. Who is the Speaker that
I come before I answer your question. I come to your point.
Okay, what is so difficult, Mr. Pewee, to just tell me who presided over that budget?
Quickly, before I respond to that, before you continue, I agree. This current Speaker is J. Funanti Kofa.
Huh?
J. Funanti Kofa is the current Speaker.
Did he preside over the budget?
And then to that process, I agree with you. In terms of if it were not presided over by the Speaker, meaning it is not legitimate, I agree with you from that perspective. No, I agree with you from the perspective that I didn't know you after you're talking about the structure of the debating process.
I'm telling you that we don't have a budget.
Oh, so you believe we don't have a budget?
Of course. The Supreme Court said it was ultra virus.
Okay.
Everything that happened in there is illegal. We don't have a budget. Thank you very much. It took you a while to get to that, but it's all right.
No. But because you didn't ask the kind of question you needed to ask. I thought you were talking about who got a responsibility to preside over it. And I'll explain to you the legislature via the Committee on Budget and Finance, which do the process. So basically, that is the process. But it came to the legality aspect of it in terms of who presided, who not presided. But again, we will be in circles saying these things because the budget process is still ongoing, and I agree. But it's not in full swing, Jerome. It's in full swing. Unfortunately, it is. So we cannot. I don't know, but the country is. We got some problem. We need to change the face of it and face the reality.
Peabody, welcome.
Can you flip your phone diagonally so you can? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, Chichi, you are on. So
you still muted.
Great. All right. The bold and beautiful Grace, it's nice to see you. Very talented, brave, courageous woman. Sylvester, not so good to see you.
They got big eyes, well.
All right. Okay. Mr. Gilmer, it's nice to see you. Glad to be on the closing argument. Mr. Peabody. All right. So I just want to delve into some issues, the training issues, and give my position. I'm not going to go back because I think everything that I predicted on this very show has come to fruition. And Grace bear my witness. I told you guys that this finance minister was inept. He did not have real experience. He never even worked as a teller at a bank, much less manage an economy that is struggling. And it will be a complete failure and disaster. So if you go back and check the recording, people that are here arguing with me that have almost 20 years of hands-on financial experience. I've worked at least 5 of the top banks in the world, BNA, Miller, JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Thor Equities, and so forth. So that's an area I have expertise. So when we try to educate these people, nothing against a young man, but there's a difference between a politician and an administrator and a financial analyst or an economist. And unfortunately, these people are political players. You know, they get to power through connections and try, but they can't work in the regular world. They will go to IMF. IMF is another de facto this very incapable organization, and I hope Trump defund them. So it's the World Bank. They've done nothing. They spent billions of dollars over the last 40 years in Africa, and you still have poverty. So these organizations do not do anything to enhance growth and development for these countries. So is the African Development Bank, which their shareholders are the same EU and the same Western countries. So these are the people who we bring and say manage the country. I think my agenda for Liberia was to cut costs by 60%. I'm on the record for that. I said I will cut the cost from the president down. No one will make more than $3,000 a month. That is the same playbook that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing today. I was the only person that said it. I said it before Trump said it. I said it before Elon Musk. That's the only way you can have growth and development. You can't spend what you don't have. You're running almost a $400 million deficit. All right. You produce nothing in your country. How you expect to grow? And all the money is on recurring spending on pay and salary. So it's a waste of time. These people don't understand that we need to set up industries in Liberia. We need to get Liberians back to Liberia who have the knowledge and the experience to set up manufacturing, to set up businesses, what you call service businesses, and so forth. That's the only way we're going anywhere. And lastly, as what happened recently, I also predicted by getting this government by next year, it will be done. I think I said it on this very show. 1 year to 2 years, and it will be complete. It will collapse. Everything will collapse in Liberia because number one, they already borrowed over $400 million so far in 1 year time. Okay, they can't even fund their own budget before even Trump got there. Other countries are managing it. $50 million is what? It's nothing. You run your $800 million budget and you cry over $50 million that somebody gave you. So it just shows your lack of intelligence, your lack of expertise that you have to be big. And so I'm happy that Trump is taking the initiative. Let African countries grow. They have resources, they have talented people. If they won't continue to bring the stupid people in power, then they will suffer the consequences of it. Where Liberia is right now is headed on for complete disaster, economically, socially, and politically. I just wrote a piece that will be published, and my recommendation right now, the AFL should move in and take over the country. That is my recommendation. Take over the country, get enough of the Liberian capable people, all right? Dissolve the legislature, dissolve the whole government, start a new constitution, prosecute those corrupt representatives, and hold free and fair elections in 2 years. That is my hope. That is what I think, just like in Burkina Faso and Egypt and Chile and everywhere else. The democracy thing is a fraud in Liberia. You take the same corrupt people, steal the money, and they go and give people money to vote for them. You can never have real elections in Liberia. So again, I'm the first person saying it, and I'm the first person telling you, yeah, it hurts my heart, but Liberia will collapse in the next 12 to 24 months. There will be total chaos and anarchy, and it will stem from the mismanagement and the corruption. And that the AFL and the police thing, that's just the beginning of it. Just the beginning. If we don't arrest this situation now, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Wow. Who's next, Chris? I'm next.
You
Right?
you next, and Juju. I mean, you the first. I mean, I really like how when you talk because you're very wise in, especially when it comes to the era that your expertise are in. Besides, so you and myself will be the first to say, God, I sat on this platform and told like the country need to start in the library. Because how are they going to get out of this situation? But people they can come in now. How? Except for what you're saying. Maybe I may need to take over the country and start everything afresh. Because these people they are mastermind the system to just continue to steal from Liberian and nothing. This the lawlessness. Look what happened. This is the internet age. You can't afford for your country to be seen that way. Nobody will want to invest in that country. Even me as a librarian, I will take my money if I hire enough money to go invest in such a country. I feel sorry for the people who are investing in the country because the lawlessness is just it's too much. And then, you have to tussle. Why the people don't want to follow rules and regulations? Why are they not respecting the police for the things that the police are put in place for them to be implemented? You're not supposed to get on certain rules. You're not supposed to, I just don't understand. So the whole army taking over the country, it makes sense to me. I don't know how it will happen. I don't know where, but I see the government going into just what you're saying, 1 to 2 years from now, it's going to be total chaos. People, they can come in.
Look, I don't support another uh, uprising in the country because we have not recovered from the since 1980. We have not recovered, and then talking about 1990, the country has not recovered. In fact, the country is continuously retrogressing. Liberia have not been able to pick up from anywhere since 1990. Everything we see is just the country continuing to go down. I mean, you look at unemployment. I think on the region, we probably have the highest unemployment rate in our country. Any country where there's the rule of law is very soft, very weak, nothing will happen. And especially when those who should be really enforcing the law are part of the problem, it will be difficult for Liberia to pick up. And that's what we've seen. We saw the blatant disregard of the law at the legislature. We saw that. And what's going on now is a complete chaos. I heard folks talking about the budget. There was no budget passed. People only went there and signed and to get the package, and they did not take the time to even deliberate on the budget. They just went, signed, and passed it to another group. Another group say yeah, nay, and that's all. I've never seen that in my life, where entire country budget, people only answer to yes, yes, and that was it. Nobody took time to even point out anything in the budget that will affect Liberia, that was not good for the Liberian people. Everybody agreed to it. Secondly, you know, half of the budget was depending on aid from foreign partners, foreign donors. Now tell me, I can buy the house and with the anticipation that somebody will help me with 5,000, another person will help me with 3,000, then before I buy the house. I mean, and that's how the Liberian budget appears because they are half of the money they were proposing, they depending on foreign direct assistance, donor assistance, and all of that to the budget and stuff like that. So we see corruption. I mean, you have a leader who is not functioning. I mean, very. I mean, and I would give him the credit. He's old, and you don't expect him to do much. He's old. His ability to really deduce when it comes to setting difficult situations, he doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have the ability to do. I mean, the time to do it at all. This old man is just.
But why were you getting the credit, my brother?
No,
This
because he's
man got in
old.
a race with young people, and he said he was able to carry on Liberia. This is not about age. When it comes to politics, we are not giving people who owe a pass.
Chris, I give him the respect as a senior citizen. That's why I'm giving him the respect. But when it comes to that, I think.
Reverend Peabody, a real quick question.
Yeah.
I think when you and I were growing up, we said respect is earned. How
Right.
Joseph Walker earned your respect professionally?
I'm just going by the tradition that when somebody.
No. Dr. Peabody, you are a professional man. You are a trained theologian. The people train you. You don't go to the church and mismanage their fund and their resources and everything because you were trained to do so, and we respect you because you come from that training, your background.
Right.
Have he earned your respect other than age?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you.
He has not earned my respect because for what I'm seeing here, what's going on in the government, and especially the deception that he put up for Fanati Kofa, taking him to a room, and while they already had a plan what they were going to do, take him out of the country, invite him to Rome, and then so we see now our country is operating.
I don't know whether we have a leader who can really stand up to these things. Everybody's just making a decision, going to President Barker and telling him do this one, do that one, do that one. I don't think he's in control. He's not in control at all. But I won't call for violence. I won't call for violence.
But the army taking over the country doesn't have to be violent. There shouldn't be any uprising in the country because
Correct.
they can take that. The army can take all the day-to-day affairs of the country and then they can bring on new war or voting
Transitional
president.
leadership. That's it.
Transitional leadership, bring the people stuff, but it doesn't have to be violent at all. They don't
But
even
Grace,
one person
Grace,
don't even die on this thing.
this is why the Liberian people, this is who the Liberian people wanted, that who they voted for, and now they are beginning to feel the consequences. We see the same thing happening now in the United States of America. Election has consequences. So this is who the Liberian people voted for. Then they would live with their nightmare. Honestly.
Yeah, but we all, Dr. Peabody.
So, he was elected in a very free and fair election. President Weah gave up election with less than what? 30,000 vote. He gave it up. He didn't challenge it because they were all they won. President Weah said, you know what? I'm not going to challenge the election over. The man won. He called. He didn't concede. So we can't say that it was not a free and fair election. That's some of the consequences that we are faced with right now because you got this elder who doesn't seem to care, and he doesn't care what's going on in the country. He's
well, he might be that you that age where you care. They're like when people did this thing to themselves. If you that age, you don't care about things like that anymore. You just want to get up in the morning, drink your little Ovaltine. If they give you small coffee to give you little caffeine, you drink your caffeine, you go. You hang out with your grandchildren. Maybe you do some 1 or 2 activities like an old, elderly person. When you reach that age, look, they say twice a child and once an adult, twice a child. You turn to that. You want to just watch your TV. They like when people put people in line when it comes to elections. They see the people who doing the actual work. They say no, they're not going to put these people into power to change the country. They say, oh, the person have been there. Oh, let's just put the person in. And they did this. That's why they say they did this to themselves. So now for me, I blame the man because he knew he was an elderly man. You got in the race. We needed somebody who would get in the race, hit the ground running after the win election for the first year. We see real tangibles that the government is doing things accordingly and the people's lives are being changed. And that was not going to happen. Like even the ones in the diaspora, they are the worst ever. They encourage the people to vote this man into power and now see what happening to the people.
But great.
So,
look at just reading. Lace spent $675,000 on just tour. The director Julius K. Selly spent $675,000 on tour and consultation in 6 counties. This is coming from Verity News. It's very, very, very credible. And we've seen these kind of things happening in the country, and nobody. You remove a speaker. We got Liberian lawmaker now fighting over ECOWAS job. While the already ECOWAS not recognizing them, you got a whole new group say they go in there and stuff, but that's what they're going to go there and fight among themselves in Nigeria. I don't know what will become of our country. I don't know what will become of Liberia. Every day there's some kind of stealing, some kind of stuff going on in the country. And I strongly believe that, President Barker has not convinced me, other than my sympathy for him is that he's the old man that I gave him credit as a senior, but he has not convinced me that he's the leader or can even lead that country.
Let me just,
go ahead, Juju, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say this, okay? As much as President Barker is the leader and the sole culprit of the mismanagement in Liberia, he's just a selfish old man because, like Grace said, anybody who loves the country will put their country first and not themselves and their friends and their party first. Okay? I want to be president of Liberia. Okay? But right now, from where I see the country going, it makes no sense to have the election worldwide. Even if I win the election, the whole entire legislature and judiciary is so corrupt. Okay? That, honestly speaking, how do you uproot that and start fresh? That's the problem. But everybody just thinking on themselves. If I want to lead a country, I want to lead a country where the structure is in place for growth and development. And that's what happened in Ghana in the 80s. Jerry Rawlings came twice. He got rid of the bureaucratic, the corrupt politicians, right? And they maintained discipline, and the election came, and today Ghana is on its way. You see the same thing happening in Burkina Faso. It happened first under Thomas Sankara, and now it happened on Captain Ibrahim Traore. So no expert would tell you there's any pathway for growth and development in the country. Nobody can tell you that. No matter who's president, unless you grab all of them and just put it in jail. The only people that can straighten things up right now in Liberia, and they can say, it hurts my heart to say it, it's the military. The military can move in and dissolve the whole freaking government, dissolve the legislature. What you'll be doing, you'll be saving, first of all, close to $100 million. For those nuisance that they're collecting $15,000 and $29,000, running them off, putting the billion on capital, you dissolve the first, the legislature and the judiciary. It's happened before. It happened in Chile. It happened. America has backed it in many countries, right? America backed it in Egypt. So it's hypocrisy to say that when democracy isn't working, when there's rule of law has broken down, when there's chaos, when there's millions of people are suffering with no means of survival, you go and say, "Oh yeah, I want democracy." It's silly to think that. You must have structure and order first. Democracy can flourish in ignorance. All these people, they don't have any job, any opportunity, right? Anybody who give them half a bag of rice or wherever, they don't even have access. The political parties don't even have access to the state media, the state radio station. So how can you say it's a free and fair election when the electoral law calls for all parties to have access to the state media? Furthermore, when right now, I'm not a fan of the military. But what they can do best, it happened in Nigeria also. Nigeria went through a series of coups before they were finally able to straighten up the country to a point where they can have elections. Now, people just jump up because you have one time you had a failed master sergeant. I'm not talking about people in the military that didn't know how to read and write, to can't take over, or people who are selfish, or people who don't know how to manage a country. But there are some capable U.S. trained military people in our military. I know that you're defending the Constitution. You're not there for the president. You're not there for the party. When you have a system where there's a breakdown in legislative function, a system where there's a breakdown in the rule of law, even in this country, we saw a year when the Black Lives Matter in Washington, they brought in the military. Correct? This is what democracy. When Florida election under George W. Bush didn't go well, the military came in for security. So what's different? I'm not a fan of them, but right now, that's the only pathway I see right now is for somebody courageous enough, a young person. And then when you get there, you bring the best people, both Liberians and non-Liberians, to guide you and lead you to set up a small transitional government where your budget will be less than $10 million. You take the $750 million that Liberia has in the budget and you start doing feeding programs and education. Okay, and you start doing that into investment for the next 2 years.
That are people cannot come in.
That's a plan.
Yeah. Mr.
What alternative do you have?
To tell you, and it was good that Chuchu just said that it was not nice meeting me. I like that. But see, Chuchu is so mixed place in terms of understanding. Look what he's saying there. I agree that he said the military will take 10. No, we have to be realistic in terms of whenever we criticize the government, we all agree collectively that we have to do that at some point in time, but we have to be prepared to give some solution, proffer some solution and way forward. Where we look so deorientated or disorientated in terms of trying trying to profit a solution.
You tell us your solution. I'll lay mine on the table. Before you criticize me, you lay down your solution.
You get a chance. Now you had a chance.
Yeah, I even hit you here. You trying to get easy.
Yeah, but don't waste our time. Tell us your own solution for them. We can have.
I'm coming to you. You totally out of order. And to even hit the point that a government will be run by $10 million, meaning you don't even understand what a government is. It's one of the processes we're saying here. And I agree. Listen, this generational process of promoting one another is very important. But if you've got a quest to say you want to be president of a country, and where you like every mechanic's understanding of that society,
Okay, let's forget about me
it's a
and put the
problem.
solution down.
So I'll come back to the solution. I have said
You
all
don't
this
have
before.
one.
The
You
solution to
don't.
our country, and we always gotten problem as well with projecting. The solution to our problem is just efficient leadership.
Okay, who do that?
Efficient leadership. I mean, it comes with an appropriate leader that understands how to take to gather authorities and then administer the leadership of the country. Just efficient and prudent leadership will solve the broad problem. Now, and I disagree with most of the people that would just come say Liberia is abandoned rich. We are not rich. We're not. We don't have it. And it's one of the things we will always come and say. If we had a lot of resources in the country, you will have seen investors or other country pooling. We don't listen. Most of the prospecting we did in the country, most of our resources are not in commercial quantity yet. They are not in commercial quantity. That you move, people will move and go all of the time. The major group, there was an Australian company that came in that was trying to prospect the Wargizi Mountain and those things. They're not in even the Putu. Why you think we start having some issues? There have been people that came and did a prospect of the nation. Now, what we need to do, we need to forget about this process about having enormous resources and then put into place administrative leadership, and we can gain from that and invest in what we call the wealth creation. And the major way of moving that country forward is to invest in the wealth creation sector. That's the agricultural sector. If you improve the agricultural sector, you will have gotten the ability to expand and make more profitability the private sector. And that's the whip of what leadership is. That's the kind of a structure we need to put in the country. A leadership that will push on, listen, we don't have a bloated bureaucracy to say it's bloated out, we need to reduce it. No, it's not as bloated as you think, right? There's small institutions that can be condensed. I agree, we can condense most of those institutions. Some of them, like the Ministry of Information, can be removed from the aspect of culture and tourism. We have the Tourism Commission, and we just allow probably the press secretary of the government of the president to be the government spokesperson. Yes, we can look at pushing the ministry. So we already have a very efficient style of government. But how can we administer administrative oversight? That's what the country needs. The country does not have to say you have to take this amount of money, you keep this and take 10 million. No, everything you want will have to do if you're running a government bureaucracy, you have to spend money. But you spend money in the way of generating more government revenue. Now, there are strategic areas in the public sector we have that we can prioritize and push more money and raise more government revenue. So the intent of leadership, and that's one of the reasons when you stated the last time that, hey, you got some intent. We'd love to see young people with start ideas. I want to be president, I want to be this. But the very men I want to be president have never been in your own country for the past 38 years. And have no understanding of the region that he's trying to move into.
Mr. Pewee, listen.
Mr.
Pewee, let me
No, let it finish. Let it finish. Then I'll respond with it. Let it finish, King.
Mr. Jones, let me push back here. We call this, I don't want to go there, but in elementary debate, they say when you can't solve the substance, you attack personality. This man is talking something good here. Instead of you attacking it, you attacking him. What being out of the country 30 years has to do with profiting ideas? Let me tell you what happened now.
No, you see, so that means you are not being a good listener. Every time will be on the show.
I was in Buchanan 3 weeks. I was in Liberia. I was in Buchanan 3 weeks ago when your President Garguah came in with this show, which was a distraction to the foolishness that was going on in Liberia. Came in there in my fairground, my administrative building. He sat there and stood there and said he gave a $5 billion budget for the next 5 years. Then when you go into the weed of the budget, he said 40% of the budget will come from international donors. 30% of that will come from the diaspora, and Liberia will try to get 30%. What economic team is going to tell you that 70% of its budget is predicated on gift and handout? Is that This man has Ganfouan on the economic team. He had Amara Khan on it. These were the folks that ran this country in the past. They said they were economic. I don't know who they were, but finance minister, foreign minister, all of these folks. You got these two people that call themselves giants on the president economic team. And they came to Basel and said the $8 billion, 70% will come from outside of Liberia as gift. And we should believe something like this. And you call it competence? Mr. Jones, your turn.
Yeah, you know, and that's why I said, no,
I don't know. 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
You have 5 minutes to
I don't know.
your point.
I don't know.
You couldn't state anything.
What you just said just now. Because from what I was saying, I said clearly efficient. I'm not there supporting what the president said in Buchanan or whatever you say here. I didn't say that. Probably, you see, the question you just came on the show, you want to have more time to make your point, but you slip in the line. I'm not defending that policy. I said just now on the show, and probably we all are on the show, but we're not really listening very well. I said we need efficient and more productive outcome in terms of administering good administration in Liberia that will make the country move forward. You don't need to even have abundance of resources. We have other countries that don't have abundance of resources because of a prudent administrative decision. They're moving their country forward. That's what I said. To come and say I'm defending, and you go back to take us back to President projecting $5 billion process. I'm not a spokesman of the government. I haven't been defending this government. What I was saying about my dear brother here is that the vision process about Liberia, and it's just like you want to be a head of an institution and you don't know anything about the institution, how do you necessarily succeed? That was the position I was coming with.
Okay, let me respond for the benefit of the Liberian people, because
but to come every day and just come and say that someone is on
because
like someone's
people
lost in their memory and saying something about they just jump here, with no clue that
Mr. Peabody, they come and say that can be against Sylvester and
yeah, well, I haven't even responded because
you want to show you wait.
Yeah, okay. He just gonna go in circle. You're not gonna say anything substantive, right? Yeah, but let me respond. That I will only be 2 minutes. I have to talk very fast, so I'm not like him. But look, let me just address his first point where he talked about to have efficient government, right? Where in management that you learn where somebody that does not have the track record of efficiency and the knowledge of efficiency managing something is capable of being efficient.
Who don't have the track record?
Joseph Boga has any track record of being efficient in any position himself. Amara Kone has any track record of being efficient in anything himself. No, hold on here, hang on here. You let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish here.
I come on, he had not had those lines. He wouldn't be LPMC boss, LPRC boss, agricultural minister, and then vice president.
Do you know? Okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
I come on,
okay. You think he's efficient? You take a military junta that executed people on the pool, that have people like Thomas were sent in the government. Can you say that Joseph Walker got in a position because of the efficiency? Then you really lost. None of those positions then came on any merit, including FPRC, including Minister of Agriculture. And he proved it. That Liberia State cannot stay importing chicken, egg, and onions. Today, Liberia importing almost $8 million every year of onions. And that your former agriculture minister. Okay, where has he produced? So, like I said, stick to what area you're in. But in management, you cannot take somebody who cannot run something or haven't ran something or have any knowledge of it and put him oil and expect that where Capone is coming from with the press. Because you put somebody there who doesn't know, then you have to pray. Because any finance minister, any president, if you listen to John Mohammed in Ghana, he's not complaining. He's saying, you know what? Mr. Finance Minister have put up a plan to cut down the government costs, including my own office, and we'll deal with it with the costs from the USA and the other organizations. All right. So those are people who have managerial and economic experiences. While our people praying, and saying, oh, we hope, oh, we pray. Nothing wrong with prayers, but you don't go take a test and then you say, oh, I will pray and not be able to answer the question. So lastly, so the other people can come in, like I said, The issue on that bro right now is how do we move forward? Going back and talking about how incompetent Joseph Boakai is or Kapuya is not going to solve any problem in the country. That's going to keep degenerating. I have come up with an idea. My idea is let the military, let have we tried it, we tried the election, right? Everybody in the House of Representatives were elected. What are they doing there? Darren Zillon was elected. What is he doing there? Edwin Snow was elected. It tells you that there's a flaw in your democratic process, that your democratic process does not work. You talk about government being efficient. This government is spending $300 million on wages. What is the outcome they're producing? They have taken almost $2.4 billion over the last 5 years that we got to pay back in high interest. We haven't produced one single item, our export country of raw material. Whereby Burkina Faso now they producing the assembly cars in just a matter of 2 years on Traoré's leadership. So look at Sierra Leone was about the same $3 billion 3-4 years ago. Sierra Leone today, GDP is 6. They passed on about 2 billion in 3 years time. We still stuck at that $4 billion. So there's no economic metric or there's no tangible evidence to show that our democracy has worked for the people. It's working. It's a failure. It's what you call a failed state. You start all over with new ideas, and that's where people like us come in with new ideas. I won't push the envelope. I won't make you think because I can tell you where it has worked. It has worked in Egypt, where the elected, democratically elected administration was removed in a bloodless coup. All right. And today, Egypt is growing almost 8%. All right. If we saw it in Burkina Faso, we've seen it in Guinea, we've seen it everywhere else. Like I said, maybe that will help us straighten up the, what you call lay the foundation. And then we can have election where everybody can kind of debate who should be president, who should be senator, and who. But right now, it's a waste of time.
To Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, folks. But Dr. Peabody, if you don't mind, what is the exact question so I can be able to? I know I came on and I heard these guys discussing the economy, the management, budget, all the place. What is the exact question?
Well, not a question. We're just discussing.
So when you come to church, there was no question. We're just debating or opening something. We're talking about the country.
Yeah, so you're not
Yeah,
following,
but I just
bro.
want to know,
So you're not
Okay,
being
the way
following-
to help you the
you're
way
not being
forward.
following
What do you
the
think
king
is
of
the
the
way
way
forward?
forward.
Yeah, what?
I mean,
The way
I'm
forward.
program with Liberian
You're
politics.
not following
The way forward.
the drum of the
So,
show.
I want to respectfully disagree with you that military way is the way today. I don't trust our current military to be that disciplined without bloodshed. Right? Without bloodshed. I don't trust their ability to maintain a clean-cut coup d'etat that happened, back in the Ivory Coast when Bédier did remove Bédier and brought in the former General Guy Robert before when nobody got killed. The one that happened in Burkina Faso, nobody got killed. Guinea circumstances, nobody got killed, right? I don't trust our current Liberian military to be able to do such things. Look, you must have the individual, number one, who are patriotic citizen first, who have zero tie to any political party, who just care about the country and the country first. I don't see that in our military. I've seen, our AFL, some of the statements that have been made in the past and continue to be made. And look at the image from yesterday. Does not really give me the appetite to want to encourage a military takeover. But here's what needs to be done. And this goes to every Liberian, whether you're in the diaspora or you're in Liberia. We must stand up, rise up, pressure this government. This is not a political party riot or protest. It's a Liberian protest. I start with the current acting bank governor of the CBL. His salary, $10,000. Then $7,000 in cash allowance, $5,000 in housing allowance. Show me one house in Monrovia today that rent is $5,000 a month. Just one house, right?
They do have houses though.
For $5,000 a month?
$5,000.
Yeah, they got some sweet. I don't know. People pay 2,000-3,000. I don't know about
No,
5,000.
I'm talking about somebody personal house. I'm not talking about in a hotel or if there's a resort. No, I'm talking about a house, right? And he gets 5,000 housing allowance, 7,000 cash allowance, plus his 10,000. You factor all of that, that's 22,000. We are not talking about his generator. We are not talking about his vehicle. We are not talking about all benefits. This is the CBL, acting bank governor. His deputy, on the other hand, gets almost around the same amount. He gets 4,600 in cash housing allowance. He gets 5,000. What's the name? Cash allowance. Then also he gets 9,000 in salary. So both of them average about 56,000 United States dollars per month. Only two of them, folks. I've heard Senator Delo talk about reducing salary. No, our lawmakers need to reduce their benefits, not salary, because their benefits are more than the salary itself. Cut all the unnecessary benefits. Cut it. We don't have to pay for your gasoline, your generator fuel. We don't have to give you a scratch card. We don't have to buy you $45,000 vehicle every 3 years. All of those things, cut it. Invest into agriculture, invest into education, invest into national security, invest into healthcare, right? Recruit as many young men and women in uniform. Liberia is of 5 million plus people. Tactically, according to experts, we need 50,000 men and women in uniform across the nation to be able to address our security issue. Today, we barely got 10,000 men and women, right? Introduce a 2% sales tax on all alcoholic beverage and tobacco products. Take that same money, invest it directly into healthcare and also early child education, right? Look, this is how you start the process. Every government transaction needs to be digitized. Mobile money payment. Take the money out of the hand of LTA collecting taxes. Anyone pay tax, anyone register their business, anyone do any government transaction, it goes strictly into the account. Another thing, take away that nonsense called voter ID card. What is the purpose of it? Every Liberian citizen must have a citizen ID card. Right? These things are not hard to do. Why you have voter registration card? What is the purpose of it? Why do we have voter registration card? It doesn't make no sense. So the economics, invest into tourism, eco-tourism. We don't have 5-star hotel. We have good natural forest. We have Blue Lake. We have, things that people want to see. Invest into those things. So people, that's why I want to disagree with you. You talked about, we don't have natural resources in Liberia. Is not as rich as people think. And because people only focus on one sector, the money. What happened to our coastal line? We have the longest coastal line in West Africa. What happened to the huge deposit of snapper, the huge deposit of tuna fish, the huge deposit of jumbo red shrimp across our Atlantic Ocean? What happened to those things? What are we investing into fishery? Where we can get enough fish, ship it out of the country. Enough shrimp, ship it out of the country. Why are we not investing into agriculture where you spoke about? That we can grow more cassava, starch. China import more starch. Because the fabric that they work with every day, all the big factory down there, all the fabric, they need starch. Right? There are a lot of other things going on. So I agree with you on the agriculture side, but for you to say, there are now more resources, in the country for others, because people only focus on money. What about our timber? Do we have any furniture factory in Liberia? Why should we import furniture in Liberia when we possess up to 46% of the rainforest in West Africa? Why? Why we don't have furniture factory? Why should Liberia order furniture from China, different country around the world, when we're supposed to have furniture factory in Liberia? We possess up to 46% of the rainforest. We can introduce what IKEA is doing in what they call the country called Sweden. You cut a tree, you plant one new tree. Every tree you cut, you plant a new tree. These things are not hard to do. You know the reason why it's not being done? two things happening. One, they are not innovative. Two, they are very proud. They don't know. They refuse to ask. They refuse to hire the expert that can handle all the different industries. So all they want to do is to pack it more. Why should a bank governor get $5,000 housing allowance and then 7,000 cash allowance plus 10,000 salary plus his vehicle plus his generator? What sense? What is he bringing to us every month? What is the return on the investment in this bank governor? What is it? So I want to close by saying we are our own worst enemy. We have folks in leadership who are not competent enough to deliver for the Liberian public. We need to remove those folks, but we need to start pressurizing our lawmaker to cut their benefit first. Not salary. That salary not enough. That their benefit we need to cut. And Liberia will not develop on its own just by the cuts we will make. We need to upgrade our credit rating so that we can be qualified to get good loan that we can pay back, not hand out. It is inevitable to develop Liberia without taking loan. But we need good loans, not pay the loan, but loan that we can pay back. IMF will never help Liberia progress. Show me one country in the world that IMF have made prosper.
Thank you.
I want to ask you a question, okay? If you have a question to you, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like what you mentioned about, the ecotourism and the management, the cost cutting and all that kind of stuff. I agree with you on all this point. But my question to you is, for 5 years, Liberians have been singing the song, we have been rating, we've cost them, we say wherever, and the people that still refuse. In fact, they're doing it even more. So what's your solution then now? If what you're proposing, pressuring, doing all of that is not working, and you're saying the people are unqualified and they are proud, so obviously they will never hire people who are capable. What is your solution now to change this situation?
So what we have not tried, and we can try now, Dr. King did that very cleverly in this country, right? You can use violence to solve problems. It never worked, right? Bill Clinton said 95% of the time when we are angry, decisions that we make are wrong, right? So what you need to do, this is not about political party. You start small. If you have 10% in this community that is committed, that 10% is ready to go. This other 10% on the other community, it should be community-based and everybody come together. If you have consistent 500% or 1,000 people who will show up to the Capitol building and protest without throwing rocks, without getting outside of their focus point. You don't have 35 or 50 petitions. You got 5, concise to the point, consistent. June 7 who have done something to Liberia. The first day, the government was scared. The second day, got scattered. Nothing worked. But when we do this thing, void of political party, right? And it's just the citizens of the country are sick, fed up, and tired of this, visual cycle of lawlessness and other things. The government will listen. They will do something. But it will not happen by itself. The people can get in the street hungry. They can't go protest all day and get food to eat. Tomorrow they're not coming back. So they gotta be fed. Water, food gotta be available. And you can't give it to the big name, activists in the country. If the little guy in the community that got influence on 10%, that other little guy got influence on 15%, that other little guy got influence on 5%. You deal with these people. Each community bring a 3 or 4%. Before you make up your mind, it's the whole county you got. It's half of the country you got. You gotta start.
Well, that's unfortunately that never work anyway.
But we never done it that way.
Move on. Okay, but Alex, let's go to
Let's go to
Mr. Gibman. Let's go to Mr. Gibman. All right.
Opposition trying to do.
But what's your deal? Retire suffering. Your deal. All that stuff. No, nothing happened.
Political party did it. Not individual do it.
Political party. Save king.
Guys, let's go to Mr. Jerome Gibman. Let's go to him. We got to go around. We got other topic to cover.
Yes. The reason I put this at the feet of, and I go back to the economic team. Every administration, every president has an economic team. And they are there because they have expertise and knowledge that the president can use. For instance, in 1935, during the Great Depression, Franklin D. Roosevelt came up with a New Deal. The New Deal, the crux of that, it was a program called the WPA, the Work Progress Administration. That particular program was made to hire millions of folks. They were planting trees, they were in agriculture, they were building schools, they were building hospitals, they were paving roads, everything that had to do with the infrastructure development of the country. They had people, whether you had skill or you didn't have any skill, you had a place to infuse money into the economy to get the country going. So I thought, with this downturn and the emergency in our economic system, I told Joseph Boakai, who has seized the opportunity to say this is the time to reset. Our economic team will say, first of all, the legislative body, your budget will be cut 50%. If you are making $10,000, we cap it at $5,000. If you are driving a car, you are not going to drive our cars home. You will drive your own car, use our car for work, park the car after work. Okay? These are things that people say they do and they call it best practice. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We got practices all over the place that have worked. So why haven't we saying to the Liberian people, we are now going to pave the road? Joseph Boakai said no car was going to get stuck in his administration in 90 days. I thought he was going to put millions of people all over from the southeast, all over the place, putting gravel on the street and doing everything to make the road work. He talked about agriculture, which is plan number one in his plan. I thought we'll have 20,000 acres of land in Lofa County being plowed by people and working. This is the second year, but now rice and sugarcane and banana is enough now for us to feed ourselves. But instead, the people are giving themselves raises. Okay? Look at the budget for the illegal speaker. This man gave himself $5.76 million for his office. One person. For entertainment, I think he got about $700,000 in his budget for entertainment. So sometimes what these people are saying.
What are you reading from?
Just tell me what is the budget?
Because there's nothing in the national budget.
Tell me.
There's nothing in the national budget.
Mr. Pewee, please send you the regime.
They go sorry again.
What is Coon's budget?
Person, I hate to put a give this one. There's nothing
Excuse me, what is Coon's budget?
I'm coming. There's nothing in the national budget.
I am reading from Martin Collins' post. I'm reading from the rescue Rambo. That's Mr.
Let me drink my hot chocolate.
Mr. Martin.
Again, it's wrong for you to read from someone.
Mr. Pewee, can you read it? Can you read it here so we can see it? Correct me, please.
No, I'm not reading it, but I'm saying to you that
Pewee has nothing constructive to say, Mr. Gilman.
If you say I'm wrong, please correct me here. Let everybody see it.
I'm coming, Mr. Gilman. If you are already saturated with a partisan position, it is difficult to discuss national.
Mr. Pewee, let's go to the numbers. Let's go to the numbers.
Pewee, that's CDC, brother.
Pewee, no. Pewee has already jumped ship. Pewee is looking. Mr. Gilman, Pewee is looking for a job from Joseph Boakai. He not jump ship.
Do you read it?
That's all he's looking for. That how the man make it living.
Pewee, please put up the numbers.
Every bad government.
Please embarrass me. Put up the numbers.
Give me 1 minute, please. Let me address this thing. Tutu, you don't know, man. That's also I can say you behave as someone that suffered from autism before, right? Because you say things just off here and other thing, and you don't remember what you want to say. Okay. Let me say this. Let me just say this here. If I really wanted a job from Joseph Boakai administration, right, I would have one. If I wanted a job from Joseph Boakai administration,
there's no evidence for that, so it doesn't count.
Categorically stated.
Listen, you haven't refused any job for Joseph Boakai, so that statement there, it doesn't make any sense.
We shouldn't make that show personal. One minute, please. And I'm not going to go personal on our level.
Right. When you refuse a job publicly, then you can say, I don't want a job.
Listen.
listen, I have been called to Monrovia.
Nothing is published. When it's published and then you refuse it, then I will delete you. So
But before
you're an academic
they
person.
will
There's no
inform you.
evidence
They will
of such.
inform you. They will inform you before it's published.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right?
move on to your next point.
Let me make this.
That point don't make any sense.
Let me just make a
Okay.
disclaimer. I don't want to jump under the Joseph Block administration.
Okay, when we see it, believe in. They haven't offered you 1 year.
What I push forward.
But
is
Alex,
to be
let me
honest.
speak now.
What I push forward.
That will not give me a time.
What I push forward is to be very honest and strike the balance. You hear me sometimes if they went wrong, I will criticize them. But there's nothing in the speaker budget said the speaker should have 700,000 for entertainment. That's a vehement disinformation. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing in the budget for that. Now the speaker is asking for a $2 million budget, and even he has not yet that $2 million. I believe that is maybe too much. The amount he just called it's not true. That's what I'm saying, Chuchu. There's nothing for $700,000 for entertainment. It's not true.
Pewee, please put up
Let me address where the speaker.
Unfortunately for us, and I'm not going to go there.
Please put up the numbers.
This man is reading from somebody else's
the budget is public.
It is public. That's why
you read it. Say
Yeah,
you
but
read it
so why don't the speaker? Pewee.
We gotta do it one at a time. We can't keep interrupting like this. We got other things to cover though. We have not even gotten there yet. Okay. Who's on the floor? Mr. Gilman still on the floor?
I was just about to tell Mr. Pewee, I stand to be corrected. Please put up the number that you got from the government to substantiate that I'm wrong. If you don't have it, then I will turn it over to Mr. Peabody to move on because obviously I have numbers. You can't rebut my number. Go ahead, go ahead, Dr. Peabody.
All right. Let's go to Guy. Are we done with this topic? Let's go. I mean,
yes.
What Mr. Gilman is saying, what all are saying. I look at the budget. This. I don't even want to call him. This dude is a criminal. Look at how much he's rushing to put money in budget just for him when he knows he's not the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia.
Can you read some of the numbers, please?
Organizing false trips to go out of the country and say the government represent for parliamentary meeting, this training in Morocco, sending people to Nigeria, say they appoint. All these are waste of revenue, and you got a president who just sitting up. But let me go to a topic here. Something here that I saw on the front page of Africa about the Supreme Court summoned the Minister of Finance, the Controller, to address the request to lift suspended lawmaker salary freeze. This illegal group have gone and has started to suspend people. They have even issued warning to them today that all those who made 3 days, 4 days, they will suspend them. And I think they file some kind of legal stuff in court. And it seems like the Ministry of Finance does not want to comply with the Supreme Court. So now they are summoning them to go to the Supreme Court to talk about why they don't want to lift that, so those people will get their money and other stuff. So what do you guys think? Let's talk about that. If you guys like, I can read the first or second paragraph of this, and then we can move on. This is a justice in chambers at the Supreme Court of Liberia. Justice Siani D. Clinton Johnson have called on the Minister of Finance, Augustine Gaffwan, House Controller Emmanuel Kopi, to respond to a petition filed by the suspended lawmakers whose salary have been on hold since October. They have held these guys' salary since October. These illegal guys. Okay. It said the petition submitted by lawmaker Abu Kamara, District number 15, Monserrato County, Safoko, Edward, the other guys, the name. I'm not going to name everybody here. They said according to the petition, the suspended legislature were duly elected by their respective constituencies and sworn into office in January 2024. The lawmaker argued that their suspension was ultra-virus, exceeding the legal authority of the majority bloc, particularly given that the bloc decision were made in absence of the constitutionally elected speaker from the takeover. I'm not going to read all through, but I want us to talk about this for a few minutes and see. Yeah, I think we heard the reading, and let's talk about that. Now, these guys have not been paid since October. The coup the coup breakers or whatever, those who started the coup, are the one now punishing these people and see they're not going to get paid. Now they're planning to suspend them or expel them. Let's talk about this. What do you think?
I can come in. I can throw my
comment,
into
Alex.
that and say this.
Yeah,
Okay. Look,
Who next?
first of
Go ahead.
in the
Oh,
I
okay,
want to
go ahead.
close up and stuff. First of all, the first problem here in Liberia is the executive. The president has too much power, and therefore the president in Liberia has time and time abused, okay, violated almost every law. And the common example was recently when they went with the yellow machine, right? Where the president went into negotiation, engagement, bring machine to the country without any, procurement or legislative process. That's a violation of law. Any other country, that president would be facing criminal charges. But in Liberia, the president is law and behold. And those are some of the things I said that needs to be changed, where the president is not above the law. So what the president is doing here now, because these individuals are on the other side of the aisle, and the president can go out, even if the Supreme Court order that the people should be paid, right? The president, the executive that has the enforcement power, which is the ministry to the Ministry of Justice, should enforce that and make sure that the finance minister carry it out. If the finance minister does not carry it out, the finance minister will be held in contempt, will be prosecuted. But in Liberia, what the president says goes. Even if the Supreme Court comes out tomorrow and say, pay the people, the president can refuse to do it. And the rest of the people in Liberia will just, so that's why I reiterate the point. You don't have a functioning democracy in Liberia. You don't have a system with check and balances. The president of Liberia has, the way it was set up, unfortunately, is why we're going under the problem. Because the question here people should ask is, if the president violates the law, as he's been doing, okay, then what's the recourse? If people go to court and the court, the Justice Department says, or the what you call it, the judiciary said, the government is wrong, the government should pay this or do this, and they refuse to do it, then what's the recourse? There is no recourse. That's the dilemma we have in Liberia. Yeah, if the government of the United States, the judge rule against them, if a former president can go into jail, a former president, okay, could be brought to court. That tells you a sitting president, Bill Clinton, could be brought towards a grand jury and answer questions. If you want to copy America, then copy the whole thing. So I'll leave it a point to say Liberia is a dysfunctioning, a convoluted place with assembly or what they call a democracy, but it's a flawed system. And the only way out is to go start from scratch, like what they did in places like Rwanda. I'm not calling for no violence. Like I said, the military job is to maintain security and follow the Constitution. The military job is not to protect one political party or president. It's to come in and institute law and order so that the country can be represented.
Sylvester, come in, we'll go to Robert, and then we'll go to Mr. Gilbert. Come in, Sylvester.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I believe basically we will have to begin the process about the country, for the country to forge ahead, we have to respect the tenets of democracy. And the tenet of democracy is one of the major elements of democracy is the pillar of rule of law. And if the country will have to forge on and be respected by our international partners, and even our international partner will include both the multilateral institutions that have our bilateral friends, we have to respect the rule of law. If not, the country is going nowhere. And I'm sincere about this process to say that the Guar administration, what the president will have to do for his administration, and sometimes a leader, if you cannot inspire, because a good leader inspires, a good leader will be proactive and take the kind of a leadership role that will be very prudent and effective. a situation to weight of Henry's taking leadership also is very important. So it's about time that the president wake up from his slumber and begin to be very effective in making sure that the government is proactive and the government is not operating on this kind of a climate of doom and gloom, because those things that are potentially going to affect the government operation is the process about undermining the rule of law. It is important. Now, these lawmakers that are aggrieved today have finally moved over to the Supreme Court. Now, and Eddie says something that I do agree with just now. Maybe today the only point we may agree on, right? But that he said he don't know if the Supreme Court rule. I mean, if the Supreme Court ruled that those people should be paid if the Black administration were yet to die and have them paid. Now, I will agree with him on that line because I'm afraid I don't even know if they have paid Kehleboe when the Supreme Court ruled that he should be paid. So if Kehleboe had not been paid yet, that is troubling. It's important that we respect the rule of law, because if we cannot respect the rule of law, there's a potential problem. And I would want to push the very Minister of Finance, that is one of the respected government officials today in this administration. I will ask him now if he's two of those that are listening to this that can convey these sentiments to him. That it's important that if the higher court rule, that decision should be respected. If the rule that the government address should pay you, the Minister of Finance, instruct the Controller General, the Accountant and Controller General of the Republic to pay these people because the Supreme Court have ruled that they should be paid. It will begin to respect the judicial system and the rule of law in the country. That's the most paramount thing that can happen in any democracy, because that is a major sine qua non to promoting democracy and the participation of the process. Democratic pluralism is important. We're hearing to the major element of democratic pluralism is the rule of law. Because when we sometimes disagree to agree, and when we disagree in a way that is not conducive for everybody, we revert to the court, and the court will take decision, and we all adhere to the court. Meanwhile, in adhering to that process, we sometimes disagree with the court, even vehemently disagree with the court. But what we do, in essence, we respect the ruling coming from the court in our own disagreement. So that's the process that we always have to do, Dr. Peabody. Now, I'm going to respect the process because I say I will always speak just around 2 minutes. But the rule of law, Dr. Peabody, as I conclude, is very, very important. And I do believe that those guys view, and when the court shall have today, the Supreme Court said some things about it. We look forward to what Justice Senator Clayton Johnson going to say moving forward. But I believe that we should respect the rule of law in our country. I do believe that.
Robert, welcome, Mr. Russell. Let's go to Robert. We'll go to Mr. Gilman, Anthony, and Mr. Russell. Alex already just spoke, so let's go to Robert.
Thank you, Doc. Listen, this is a trickle-down effect, right? This is no surprise, and this is the reason why we have continually argued that, and in fact, this is the reason why the Supreme Court decided to boycott the SONA. And I think the fact that they did not show up at the SONA, followed by the explanation of the Associate Justice, I think put this whole argument to rest relative to whether or not this issue at Capitol Hill has been resolved. No, it has not. And when we talk about the rule of law and the importance of each branch of government respecting the rule of law, advocating for the rule of law, without necessarily making this political point of interference, which is exactly what they've directly and or indirectly done, is that it's a trickle-down effect. And if you read the petition of these guys, they're very clear. And I agree with them 100%. For those who have argued for weeks that the Supreme Court ruling was not cleared, that it was ambiguous, that we needed more ABC terms, including our lawmakers who argue, well, they may have said ultra-virus, but they didn't tell us that where we were seated, we should return back to that. We made all kinds of analogy yet. At the bottom line, again, I think this ruling and what comes of this case speaks directly to who is on the right side of history in this whole matter. Because Richard Cohn is delusional. Not only is he desperate, he is delusional. And those who have followed Richard Cohn for political reasons are on the wrong side of history yet. What is the legal and constitutional basis of this suspension? What is it? What is it? When the very Supreme Court, I cannot see the Supreme Court ruling in any other way outside of what they've already said. It's very clear. We have played dumb because we want to play dumb intentionally. To say, oh, the Supreme Court should be clear. They were as clear can be. Extremely explicit. That the majority Black deportment, their business, everything that they've done, were outside of legality. They did not have the legal authority to do what they've done, including the passage of this particular budget. It's unconstitutional. Richard Cohn is not constitutionally elected. What baffles me is this idea that if you are so confident in yourself, if you're so confident in having the numbers, why have they failed to follow the legal and constitutional process when it comes to removing a speaker? Why? I know why. Because they don't have the numbers they think they have. Because they don't trust the process. They don't trust those around them. Because they understand that those folks who have gone to the so-called majority Black, a bunch of them are doing so out of fear. It's a strategy. But put the vote to test. This is the reason why they decided to take shortcut. So this is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we have a president who is lawless. Let's not beat around the bush, gentlemen. President Joseph Boakai has proved to be lawless. Because if President Joseph Boakai was a law-abiding president, if he was a law-abiding citizen, he would have respected the Supreme Court ruling rather than take the interpretation by his justice minister. The interpretation of a ruling does not supersede the actual ruling. And those with appreciation of law have also failed the Liberian people because they understood clearly what the Supreme Court said. They understood clearly. I don't know any other terms, right? Intellectually, even if you're not a lawyer, to understand what was right, to understand what was ruled. They have no constitutional legal grounds to suspend these lawmakers. They do not, because Richard Cohn is not constitutionally elected. Why would they suspend these guys, and why would they withhold their salaries? What kind of nonsense is this? This is how trouble starts. So again, Doc, don't be surprised, because this is not the only a legal battle you're going to have with this whole legislative issue, impasse. This is not the only one. The next thing that's coming on now is the majority Black decision to withdraw those who were elected in all of these different committees, including those who were elected and appointed at the ECOWAS. They've already started that process. This is going to go to the Supreme Court because, again, Richard Cohn does not have the constitutional bending. He does not have the constitutional mandate to do the things he's doing. And everyone in the country has sat by and they're allowing this to happen because it fits their political narrative. This is wrong. And we currently have on our hand a constitutional crisis that have left the capital halls and have extended to the entire country because this executive branch of government have indulged this unconstitutional, lawless behavior as the right order of business. This is wrong. This is wrong. So let's see what happens. Let's see what the finance minister. Let's see what their response are. March 10th. But I will be dying to see what legal argument is made, knowing Liberia, knowing this justice minister, who from my perspective, doesn't seem to be an intelligent man. He doesn't seem to be a man with a backbone to stand on legal principles, to advise this president legally. He doesn't have that. He does what the president says. I want to see what legal argument is made yet. But this is unfortunate.
Who next?
It's me.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Robert. I was not.
Yeah, we got other guys to talk. So let's try to at least limit our conversation like 2.5 minutes or something.
Sure. I was nodding my head when we were speaking, Robert. Look, let's not sugarcoat anything here. To the Liberian people, under the sound of my voice and the sound of the voices of our panelists who are on the side of the Constitution, there's no such thing called politics when it comes to Constitution. Politics have no role to play in constitutional matters. Liberia currently has a constitutional crisis ongoing. Today, we started with the speaker. Tomorrow, it will be you as a citizen that you will not have a job because they will say, hey, we need you, then you supported S party. You can't have this job. That's what's going to happen to you. So what you need to do as a citizen of Liberia, those of you in the country, is to stand up to this behavior. Because clearly, President Deacon Joseph Nyuma Boakai is a lawless president, a man who has zero regard to the rule of law, even though his mantra, the arrest agenda, underscore rule of law as one of the acronyms letter in his agenda. Under what circumstances shall a justice minister opinion be taking over the Supreme Court ruling? Even a constitutional professor, Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe, agree with the decision made by the Supreme Court and said the majority black were, completely wrong. If you're not a lawyer, if you take the word ultra varies, the definition say you operate outside of your legal bound or you took a decision that you do not have authority to take. Simple as that. You don't have to be a lawyer. That's the definition of the word. What else can the Supreme Court say? Liberians, you cannot sit here and allow people to continue to get you in a circle over and over, and you think some kind of manna will come from heaven for you. You can speak in all the tongues that you know how to speak in. Bring the biggest barrel of oil and rub it oil and hay called anointing oil. This behavior will not change until you stand up for yourself. The Constitution is clear. Article 26 is enshrined in the Constitution. When there is conflict at the legislature, the Supreme Court must come in. They did just that. And today, how can you withhold someone's salary? If I'm not mistaken, Article 13 talked about depriving people right, not depriving people right. You are depriving another person's father, husband, his earned salary, earned benefit. What sort of justification, even if that person is criminal, you cannot hold a salary for the time they have worked for? You cannot. That is a crime, a gross negligence by this administration. And Mr. Finance Minister, you and your president and the cabinet of Joseph Yuma Boaka, I don't know what you're thinking. You're only doing this because the Liberian people are lenient. This will not happen in the Ivory Coast where I grew up. They will march to your executive mansion. You cannot do that in Ivory Coast. J.E. Robert know the story. University student removed him from office. I was right in Abidjan that day. Liberians, our nation is slipping out of our hands. And this president don't mean well for Liberia. Some people thought at his age, at this level of his life, given the opportunity, he will have nothing else to lose but to do the right thing for Liberian people. Unfortunately, he does not care about you. He doesn't. And so I want to close by this. You cannot continue to press on the people, terrorize them, harass them every single day and expect peace. Oh, we need peace. Oh, we need peace. Oh, we need peace. President Boaka, if you need peace, follow the law of the land. Until then, Liberia will stand up. We're not going to bring arms. I'm not encouraging war, but we will stand up and protest this government. Not political party, but individual Liberian will do so.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Anthony, we'll go to Mr. Gilman, then we'll come to Mr. Russell, and then we'll go back to Alex.
Great.
Russell be here for a while. Let me speak, please.
Oh, Mr. Russell, go ahead. I'll come after you.
No, you've been here for a while. Yeah, please.
Go ahead, I'll come after you.
I'm going to talk to you like an adult. Go ahead.
Somebody got up.
Yeah, somebody got muted.
Mr. Russell, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, sir. Okay. No, that's fine.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us not kid ourselves here. During the elections of 2016, 2017, when there was a dispute, a gentleman from the Republic of Grand Bassa County, my hometown, by the name of Charles Walker Bromsky, took his case on behalf of the opposition to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that they lost the election. He came on the stairs of the Supreme Court and said, I disagree with the Supreme Court, but as the constitutional power, the final arbiter of law in this country, I will have to abide by the Supreme Court's ruling on behalf of the opposition, granting George Weah legitimacy to becoming president of the Republic of Liberia. Let's juxtapose that with Joseph Boakai when he became.
Let me correct you. The Supreme Court, no, the Supreme Court did not grant George Weah to be president. That's not it. The Supreme Court said they should go for the second round, the round of elections.
Listen, sir.
No.
But
let the man finish, then you can debunk it later when you have a
Listen.
Yeah, let him.
The ruling of the Supreme Court led to President Weah becoming president.
No, but it says to go for round of.
But listen, it didn't matter because they were trying to prohibit the election from going any further.
You had to quote the Supreme Court right.
But this is what I'm telling you. Yeah. They were trying to prohibit President Weah from being president, and the Supreme Court said the election. So anyway, let us not go there. So
yes, okay.
Joseph Boakai became president. First of all, he broke his first promise, which he says, before he became president of the Republic of Liberia, he would declare his asset. Anybody that he employs will declare the asset before they even get into office. That didn't happen. So we knew he broke his own promise there. he broke the law. Secondly, when the Supreme Court ruled that he could not remove tenure position, Joseph Boakai disobeyed the Supreme Court. It was then that we knew that the fish get rotten from the head. And once Joseph Boakai did that, those two things, he denied the Liberian people the constitutional right to see his assets declared. So why make anybody else to do that when our leader didn't do it? In fact, what just happened? Are we hearing anything about the suspension of 450 directors and ministers and all of that for not declaring the asset? Have Joseph Boakai ever addressed the nation and say, out of the 450, all 450 have declared the asset? Have you heard anything else about that? Then that was followed by the legislature. When the Supreme Court ruled, they said the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction over us. We are a separate and equal body. Not only that, but Mr. Famuleth said the justice basis interpretation or clarification of their ruling was liquor talk. This is, you are talking about the land, or when you talk about a land of law and order, the legislative branch is telling the judicial branch that he is drunk. And then we are talking about law and order. So what you are saying here, do you think they didn't take cue from the nation? The father of this land, Dr. Joseph Boakai, has never addressed the nation, had never brought the legislative body and the judiciary together, even though they are separate branches. But this is where leadership comes in. So this, in our regular parlance, we say silence means consent. If the child is doing something and the parent don't say anything, as far as he or she is concerned, it is okay. Thank you very much.
Well, he had not even had a press conference since he became president of Liberia. He had not had a press conference to invite the press to answer questions. He only comes to the airport and they select one or two people with selective questions. They ask him, and then he just walk away. But let's go to Mr. Russell, and then we'll come back to Alex and Sylvester. Sylvester's still here. I'm just going to step aside for 1 minute.
Well, thanks. Thanks for seeing you all, and it's great seeing my good friend. It's been a while since I saw you, Alex Chuchu Jones. It's wonderful to see you on here. I'm not sure we haven't spoken in a long time, but
yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while, right?
You had a tough election, so I had to give you time to relax and spend time with the family. But good job.
Yeah, appreciate it. Always appreciate your support and kind words. I'm grateful. Yeah, so I would just say a few things just to add my voice to the discourse. And I mean, we saw what happened yesterday. It was a very ugly event that took place yesterday, and it boils down to the absence of the respect for the rule of law. I mean, plain and simple. That what it comes down to. We can dig deeper and get into the nuances of all of that, but pretty much that what it comes down to. And too bad, Robert, you missed the conversation yesterday with the fire chiefs who are on their way to Liberia, who left today. So we were, pressing them, especially Tomalin, to pressing them about, the whole rule of law conversation, not necessarily about what happened between the Liberia National Police and the armed forces of Liberia, soldiers and police folks. This sort of huge fracas that took place yesterday that really portray us in a very negative light. So anywhere, any system, I've operated in this system, and I'll be the first to tell you I know nothing about. That's why I look up to you all, Robert, Alex, and Ben, and Tomalin, and Sylvester, and you are much more, you got much more grounded in Liberian politics than I am. But I can make my way around, a little bit, but you guys. So I defer to you all. But any system where the rule of law is not respected or is not evenly applied, it's a disaster. So where we have respect for the rule of law, that empowers people to be advocates and to look out for themselves, and that they can champion their issues or advocate for their issues, through democratic means rather than resorting to violence or civil unrest like we saw yesterday. So I think we all have said it, and we've said it, very strongly. And so, I will also say mine too very strongly, that without respect for the rule of law, democracy weakens. Which of course it leads to corruption, inequality, political instability. We see the instability that is going on at our Congress, there, the national legislature. So I'm upholding the legal principles. It's not just a matter of governance, but it is essential for maintaining a just, fair, and functional and equitable society. So that's all I have to add to that. That you all have said it very clearly and articulated it very, very clearly. That we cannot have a functioning, wholesome society without the rule of law. It's that simple. So, thank you,
Alex.
Mr. Russell, let me pick your brain a little bit. You are expert in city management, politics, U.S. politics. What happens in the instance in the case of government, when the government becomes the violator of your law, when the government becomes the arbiter of law in the corporate? What do you do then?
In a system that transpires, that's a disaster. That's a recipe for disaster. So, that's why we meaning here in the U.S. where I'm at. That's why people cringe, and not only do they cringe, but they become very vociferous when they see people even hinting or just showing the slightest semblance of disrespecting the rule of law. We see at the national level, and you see how the noise that's going on, and you see how hard people are pushing back. It's because that's the only thing, Alex, that is really going to keep the society functioning properly. That's the only thing that is going to so that feeds into a lot of things. It feeds into our quality of life. It feeds into our our existence as a people, as a community. But that the respect for the rule of law. And so once that is absent, it's difficult.
And I think we all can agree, no matter what party, we all love the country. We all want to see the country. One of the things that all breaks my heart all the time is when I see people like you, right, and people like Robert, all right, and people like, Carter, people like Walu, all right. These are capable people who spend years of experience, right?
Eric, talk
Most
loud. We
countries,
don't hear you. You kind
oh,
of low.
sorry, you can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So like I said, when I see how many capable Liberians, there is no need, all right, for that country to be such a social and economic disaster. We're so fortunate that we're able to get free education and free experience in another country. Most countries don't have that luxury because, first of all, they don't speak the language. Second of all, they don't have the time. If in an African country that's speaking Swahili, you're not gonna get an education from Great Britain or America or even Singapore. So we're privileged that we have the talent, and yet it gets wasted, and we keep the same old thing. If the president and the people who are in the legislature that are supposed to uphold the law, that are supposed to respect the law to the point where we call them honorable people, and they are the worst people when it comes to respecting the law. The president should be the respecter of the law, and he can go and just do whatever he wants to do, tenure position. First of all, you shouldn't even. The Supreme Court does not have to even tell you that. You can read. Okay, you don't have to go to Supreme Court to find that. There's certain things that are practical. All right, there's a reason you have tenure position. Forget that you in power today. Tomorrow you'll be out of power. Do you want the justices to be compromised because the current president can remove them? No. So there's a reason to have certain things put in place. But the problem again is that many of us, we become so partial. We become so political. We become so tribal that we just can't see beyond what our own interests are. And I think that's the biggest problem until we move from individual. I think that was Martin Luther King that said that your individualistic concern can graduate to a higher, greater, concern of the world. That injustice anywhere affect justice everywhere. Like people don't think like that. If that my friend or that my brother or that my party, I will see wrong, and I will find every way to flamingo it to make it look right. And I will have in the more at least then I will hear about African yesterdays, right? On spoon and telling you how wonderful and what George we are doing. And the same work all these people, do they empower? Do you think they can even come on any show? But I got a message for them. You see, if Liberia in the 70s, if somebody would have had the courage in the 70s to go out to power and say, listen, we have to integrate this country faster. We have to make more progress, at any cost. The country was never going to go through what it went. The thing with Samuel Doe, if somebody would have had the courage, to go to him. If somebody were in the AFS and say, you know what, I'm not going to sit down and let 200,000 people die because of a handful of people. We have not gone through that war. If somebody had the courage to go to Taylor, if somebody had the courage to go to Enning, and we are, and now today, Waka, to speak the truth. Where's ahead of us, we can avert it. But everybody is just thinking on, one, myself. Go pay your marshal in Liberia. When they have war, you see anything will lead there. Go carry your car and say, politics don't concern me, that the people think. You are not there in 1990. I was there. Okay, I didn't leave when I brought there in 1996. The auto force, all of them are 8-pound cattle. So I know that what we're playing with today and saying, oh yeah, the Puerto no war. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. If people are disgruntled, if society breaks down, okay, you have no choice. You have no option. It's only like you say the rule of law and good leadership keeps it together. And that country is breaking down, Brother Russell, every day. And my pity is if we get too late, then we'll start praying again, then we'll start having council or church meeting, then we'll want God to come out from heaven. We said a thing about Joseph Walker. This man should be the last person. I would take a baboon and make him president before I would make Joseph Boakai. He's incompetent. He's incapacitated. He has not come for one idea. Like you say, he can't even host a press conference. We talk that in here from station to station. Who listens to us? Nobody. Everybody is concerned about what job they will get or what flavor they will get. Now today now, everybody see the CD. Oh, Joseph Boakai, just where were you when we're talking? Some of you guys did. I must give you the credit. So, like I said, let's just be more patriotic. Let's bite the bullet and let's saw the truth. And let's do the hard thing now. This government would not survive. There would no democracy in Liberia. It's all bribery and corruption. Let's call it what it is. If we want to straighten this country, then we'll look in the mirror and say, you know what? We have to stop the threat. And that doesn't mean violence. What it means is the realization that we have to chart a new course. That's the message I need to bring forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robert. The next we're going to is Robert, Garguah, then Sylvester. Welcome, Siddiqui.
Thank you. Listen, I was listening to Winfred, and I enjoyed the show yesterday. I could not come on, unfortunately, but I really enjoyed the show. Very informative, and you could listen. We were listening to true experts in that area, right? But one thing that I kept thinking about, that, and maybe some of you guys can enlighten me, but what is the essence? Isn't this kind of backwards? Because I think this is exactly what we needed, right? We needed folks with the expertise to go in there with this whole fire on Capitol Hill and offer that true professional expertise in uncovering the truth. From all indications, it appears, I could be wrong, that they've already reached a conclusion on this fire matter. So then what is the essence of having these guys go to Liberia to help with an investigation that appears to be over, right? And so I don't understand, unless they're going to re-litigate this issue. All of the reports that I've seen so far, they have already given reached a conclusion on this matter, that it was arson and who were responsible and blah 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 blah. So if that's the case, then why are these guys wasting their time to go to Liberia? This is why it was very important that the president did not preempt this matter. I think the president was very irresponsible when he said what he said, that this was carried out by thugs and how did he know that thugs were the one who did what they did? I'm not sure if I'm quoting him right, but it was thugs and how did he know that? How did he know that? You can't get the facts to what happened if you don't allow an independent investigation to play out. You can't get the facts to what happened if you don't allow or have people to come out who are professionals, because we lack a lot of, look, I don't want to undermine the work those professional Liberians are doing, because deep inside, I think that there are hooligans. There you go. That's the word he used. Deep inside, I think that there are a lot of great people who are smart people in some of the most difficult institutions in our country. They are underfunded. They're not given the tools to do their jobs. I get it. But if you have that problem and you have such an issue, then allow the process to play out. Don't be fast to preempt something that you have no idea or the evidence does not prove to be. And when we got a report on this matter, that's exactly what they said. Exactly what the president said was exactly what they said, because they did not want to contradict the president. And now, after weeks of all of this propaganda, we have professionals going to Liberia to further investigate. What is the essence of investigating this matter further if they've already reached a conclusion. I asked a very important question yesterday. I know people may not like it, but everything that this government and these guys talked, they criticized George Weah, the past administration. They talked down. They were very condescending towards people who supported President George Weah. There were people, everyone who supported George Weah in the view of these guys were illiterate, were Zogos. They did not represent the best of Liberia when it came to leadership, when it came to productivity, when it came to actual tangibles and doing things. They didn't. Everyone were insulted. Everyone were dumb. But I asked a question to a friend yesterday. Did we see the police and the AFL fight each other during George Weah administration? I'm not saying it was perfect, far from perfect. But to be quite honest with you, I did not see this level of lawlessness. For two pirates, these guys are integral part of our security operations in Liberia. How do you see another police? Why would the police and the AFL be fighting each other at that level of hospitalization? I saw the chief of staff of the armed forces and Gregor Coleman visit both personnel today. Why? I said earlier, it's a trickle-down effect. It's a trickle-down effect. They understand that this government has embraced and endorsed lawlessness. If the president is embracing lawlessness, those who work under the president will practicalize lawlessness. That's exactly what you see happening. If the president sends a message that lawlessness will not be condoned under his watch, those who are his lieutenant will not practicalize lawlessness because they won't be held accountable for it. Same as corruption. We have the most powerful leader in Liberia. If we have a president who says, you know what, today, we will ensure that the salaries of lawmakers are reduced because I'm going to set that tone. Lawmakers will follow. Salaries will be reduced. If the president says we will be lawless, lawlessness and corruption will become the order of the day. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. And so these things should not be a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise. It breaks my heart because I want us to have conversation around what this government has done. What this government has done when it comes to the economy, the economic matter. Look at the budget. We should talk about the budget the last time. Look at the budget. Look at the budget. Even in the midst of all of this nonsense, the vice president is budgeted as $1.9 million, $773,000 times 2 for car services and car maintenance. Over $1 million, $135,000. Look at what we're paying our lawmakers. These guys are running the world with over $100,000, and you mean they cannot afford to pay their cooks, to pay their securities, to purchase their personal vehicles? Folks, we got to get serious. We got to get serious. We got to get serious. And those of our religious folks who want to be so religious and talk about Liberia need Jesus, no. Jesus been in Liberia. If it weren't for Jesus Christ, many of us would not be here today because we would have been hit by stray bullets. We would have been dead. We would have been displaced by families, and we would have never been able to connect with our families. God has been in Liberia. It's by the mercy of God as we speak today that we have maintained this fragile peace. Because when you see AFL and you see police officer fight, who knows what could possibly happen next? It's the grace of God. But God cannot beat senses into your head that you have continued to elect bad leaders. And those bad leaders have reflected bad outcome. God cannot beat senses into it. It's not a religious matter. We lack leaders. We lack true leadership. And until we as a country, as a people, understand that and decide to go with their turn. Look, if you did not want George Weah, you had Alice Cummings. You had Dr. Clarence Manuba. You had Gongloe. You had many other options. But you made Unity Party and Joseph Boaga the alternative. to CDC to CDC. Come on, man. Listen, we encourage is what we are. Look, I will quote Alice's comments on this last note. We are experiencing the experience. That's exactly what we are experiencing. The experience of bad decision making, the experience of ineptitude, the experience of zero impact in all of the different areas that Joseph Boakai served previously. We are experiencing the experience, and this experience have another 4 years to go, unfortunately.
All right, guys. Let's do this. We don't have long. There should be another show coming on in 10 minutes. So let's try to sum this up, and then too many, and there'll be another show. There'll be a program in memory of a Liberian who got shot in North Carolina a few weeks ago, and the team is going to gather his classmates from the Ricks Institute, and others will be gathering for a special tribute to him. So some of you guys can stay on if you know him, if you'd like to stay on. But let's try to sum it up. Also tomorrow we'll be hosting, for the first 40 minutes, we'll be hosting Reverend Dr. Francis Tapla from the Ebenezer Community Church in Minnesota. For the first 40 minutes, he's going to come and talk about his ministry and his mega church building. They have been very wonderful. You know, the first Liberian church I know of in Minnesota that have built their own complex. I mean, the thing he grew from 8 members to about 1,000 members in Minnesota, Ebenezer Community Church, one of the bigger church. So we're going to come up for 40 minutes tomorrow and talk about his ministry and what they want to do, and how they can get Liberians involved as well. So we encourage you to come up, and this not only politics, but he'll be here tomorrow, first 40 minutes, and then we'll go into the show. So guys, we got about the guys will soon be coming. We got about 10 more minutes. Let's just do our closing. I mean, you can stay on if you want to be. You can stay on. I'm not driving anybody. You can stay on as we pay tribute to that young man. But the guy was actually killed. You know,
you are presiding and you continue to forget about how to make comments. So no comment now. The time went already. So it's okay.
No. Go ahead and make your comment.
No, wave to someone that just came. When you preside, one person thinks 15, 20 minutes, they will take the time off the show. That's why you preside. Focus on the show.
I actually gave a comment. I didn't deprive
and make comment because he haven't spoken. So
I did not deprive you from giving your comment. You can go ahead and do it.
No, I'm giving it to Siddiqui. No, when you preside on the show and
give your comment, man. Give your comment.
Taking our time because Siddiqui.
Yeah, nobody get your comment, man.
No, I give a comment. We need to bring sanity to the
show.
Yeah, but this is comment. I heard about how close
those. Time talking because Siddiqui. Go ahead.
We're not improving on it.
Siddiqui, go ahead. And then Sylvester, and then we'll go to Mr.
No, I'm not. I'm with my time to Siddiqui.
Okay, Siddiqui, go.
I just said it.
Thank you, Sylvester. Yeah, I've been following the show in the back, so I just jotted down some key points. I think about 2 points. So I want to disagree with my brother Peabody. You know, I've heard a lot of Liberians, including Martin. Martin is trying his best, even though a lot of Liberians are saying that Martin should have known better. But most of the time, we hear people making excuses for Joseph Boakai, saying that he's old, he's not in charge, and all of that. You know, the last time I checked, during the last election, you know, the Liberian people voted for Joseph Newman Boakai and Jeremiah Kuhn. So, you know, to come now and want to make excuses for Joseph Boakai and say he's old and all of that. And people who did not support Joseph Boakai, people like us, this is one of the fundamental reasons we could not entrust President Boakai with our country. We oppose him, that this man is old, he's not capable of leading a country like Liberia. And the people who supported him, they said no, they may get the energy, they may can do all kinds of things, and they decided to manipulate the Liberian people to make it look like he was fit to be the president he is, to transform their lives. And so for people to come today and say, the man, oh, you know, the men make appointment, people make excuses, say the men not know. The men travel with private jet, People say they may not know. Just recently, he went to Bapu to dedicate a substandard, I don't know, hempon. Then Martin Colley come on Facebook and say somebody need to be sacked for this. When the president himself drove in his convoy and went there, he made him publicly and endorsed a scheme of a scholarship. And people say the president was misled, or the president was misled. You know, we can continue to do this. We are not in an election period. One of the people in Liberia is voted for President Boaka to be the president of the country. And so everything that happened, whether good or not, the president should take responsibility. So if the president make one appointment, he should take responsibility. Anything that happened there, you can't blame people. That's the same thing they try to do to George Weah. When George Weah came to power nearly, everything that was happening when you thought you're leading ball man, how can you call a 52-year-old man a ball? That's what we're doing in Liberia. You're leading the ball man, the ball just taking power and all kinds of things. Until George Weah government, thing mess up, until people who were even defending the Kuna. And today, that's what they're doing for Joseph Boaka. When they mess up, and when people come and talk, they want to what? To blame it on people that are appointed. You can't do that. Joseph Boaka refused to declare his assets, like someone was saying, I think Jerome or somebody else. And then in no time, Joseph Boaka came out and said, well, I suspend 450 government officials. What sense does that? How many of you here on this show can name 5 of the people, of the 400 people that were suspended? How many of you? It's just a scam. They come, they just play with the Liberian people. We suspend. How can you, in a country like Liberia, you suspend 450 government officials and the government still functioning? What sense does it make?
The government collapse.
You see? But you know, people, they play with the intelligent of the Liberian people. We do this all of the time. And the next thing people want to do, the president is not what? The president is not what? The president is aware of everything. This old man, people say he was poor. He was not capable to run the country. He said, no, I'm fit. I can run the country. Simply because, look, this man's entire life, from being a vice president, I disagree with you, Brother Pewee. When Ellis made a point that this man had no success story, and you say, look, government job in Liberia is not merit-based. All you need to do, come on a show like Closing Argument, or open your own platform, cause the opponents or the opposition people, and then the moment your political leader win and give you a job. That's all it's about. There's no merit base. And so from Charlie Kintan to Ellen Johnson Sally to George Weah, even the current regime, that's how the government job, have been divided in the country, which is very, very unfortunate. So now the second point I want to disagree on is the issue of military takeover. We can do that. One of the countries, for example, that we have seen the military taking over, like Guinea, Burkina Faso, and all of that. Somebody may say Burkina Faso is doing well. But, we can make progress of military leadership. We can't do that. Liberia, we have had some good record on the international scene for a democratic way of going into election in a very free and fair manner, coming out, doing a peaceful transition. That is a plus for us, no matter what happens. But what we can do is to do our own. Conscientize the minds of the people. When you vote for somebody, when Joseph Boaka tell you, say, I will rescue you and give you the opportunity to lead you, based on that. And Joseph Boaka failed to do that. Hold him accountable. That should be the conversation. Because even the military, I agree with my brother. My brother Anthony left the show already. Somebody is giving.
Somebody got a mute. Somebody got a mute.
Hello. Okay, good. So I agree with Anthony when Anthony mentioned that even the military, you lack people who can stand up for the country. He's right. Part of the people in the military, they are partisan. They are tribalist. Some of them, they were appointed to be chief of staff of the military because they're from Lofa County. So are the kind of people you will say they must take over the country? That's the same thing we'll see. All of the countries you've seen military taking over, these are brave young men, that come together for the sake of the country. And they do that, no issues of death, and then they've been able to lead, through that military leadership, with no issues in our country. But if you try that what I brought today, brother, it's going to be a way like 5-year backwardness for our country. So we should not encourage that. Like one of the panelists said, let's demand this government. Let's hold them accountable. Everything they told us that they will do, they should do it. And if they don't do it, they can even pay bulk of that, sorry grade to come on Facebook and insult and attack. That is okay. But we should not be deterred. The country is messed up today. At every election time, I will say this. It happened when the UP left power, 12 years. CDC was in the opposition. They criticized the UP for 12 years. They said they had all the solutions to the country. When it came to power, and then people say, at least Madam Sally was better. Then after George Weah, I want to say here, with all the criticism we gave George Weah, now people are giving praises to George Weah. We can continue to do this. And then now again, the same George Weah man go and sit in the opposition, presenting himself to be the Messiah. And some Liberians are still thinking that George Weah can be the solution to the Liberia problem. You bring George Weah back 2029, do you know where we are going? So it's a very unfortunate, situation we find ourselves in Liberia. But again, we cannot give up. We have to speak out, we have to engage, and we have to make the Liberian people to understand that you can't always settle for 2029, 2035, from election to election, and your own life remain the same. You can't be sorry for other people, and then you're not sorry for yourself. We have to graduate from this stage. But it's unfortunate. It's just so unfortunate that I came late on the show. But it's okay. But I think it's a good show. I just wanted to make this 2 points that I just highlighted. We can't make excuses for Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai is the president. The Liberian people voted for him as a president. Everything that happened, when they do the good thing, you see them, flying all around JMB, rescue, and all of stuff. But when the mistake comes, they say, the old man don't know. No, the old man know. You say, what of everything that is happening in this government? And so he should take responsibility, and the Liberian people should demand. Almost 2 years now, we're going to the second year. Nothing we can point out to in the country that Liberian people can say, you know what, this is what we voted for. You come on, you say you suspend 400. What is the status of that suspension? Nobody know. Some of the people who you say are suspended still working, they still taking pay. You come, you play fun all the people, and you think everybody can be stupid? No, we are not. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we got 7 minutes. We got to close it, and then they're going to come up with a different link. So let's do this. We're going to be having a special program for this Mr. Let me tell you his name. His name is
Emmanuel
Weedy Sr., who was killed in North Carolina, in Raleigh, North Carolina. So his friends, sympathizer, well-wisher will be having a special program. So let's end this. Let's end it. Let's go to Mr. Goodman, and you give it closing. Russell closing, and Alex, and then we call it a day, guys. All right.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Great show, great panelists. I will be very short. I just want you to keep this particular recording. When I listen to the House of Representatives and listen to the executive, when they said from the beginning that the Supreme Court is a separate branch of government, has no power over them, I said, this is a warning to you that 2029, Joseph Boakai and his group are going to declare themselves the winner. You had nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 days ago, I heard Amara Conan saying here, the cut that USAID is doing, it has the propensity to affect our elections. This is the finance minister telling us that don't be surprised if we don't have elections. Keep this tape. 2029, the folks have told you the Supreme Court has no power over them. It is a scary thought, but unfortunately, it is factual. Keep this tape. You will have nowhere to run 2029 because the folks have said it. They don't respect the Supreme Court, has no power over them. God bless.
Mr. Russell.
Yeah, once again, guys, thanks for the opportunity. Great show. Again, Wonderful seeing you all. Again, my good old buddy there, Alex Chuchu Jones. Always wonderful to be in your presence, and thanks for all of what you do. Again, we all saying the same thing. I mean, we I think a part of what we're seeing happening here, and I've always said this. So you cannot put around a stick, in a sort of a square hole. It's not going to work. Square pegs in round hole, right? It's not going to work. So if we mix matching and putting people who don't know what they were doing, they don't have the competency. They may be your partisan, they may be your friend, they may be from your same ethnic group or whatever. That's not going to work either, and that's part of what I think which is happening. So we see a lot of a situation where we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, where folks, they may be loyal to you. I mean, that's fine. But if we want to move this country forward, we need to put people there who are competently qualified, to move the country forward. I mean, and it can't just be based on, party affiliation or because there's one of my cronies. It's not going to work. And that's what we continue to have. We continue to have a problem in the country. I mean, the country is not moving forward. And trust me, we have a lot of talented people out there who can help to move this country forward. But because of our own selfish interests, we don't want to bring them, we don't want to embrace them or bring them on board. We want to continue doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. It doesn't work that way. So until we can, get to that point, we'll continue to have problems. But it is incumbent upon us as citizens, as Liberians, to keep pushing the envelope, to keep pushing these leaders. We can't just sit down and get on these talk shows. Now, I'm not calling for any sort of violence or anything, but we need to hold these people accountable by calling them out, by shaming them, by talking about these things. All of these sort of public forums, and part of all these the conversations we've been having. We shouldn't stop. And it's not only when it's in our best interest, and then we call them out. So, because the country looks bad, and things don't look too good, and we have the talent, we have the capacity, amongst us as Liberians, to turn things around and make things better. So let's keep talking. Let's keep speaking out. If we see something that is wrong, it doesn't look good, and we see folks who are not doing right by the people, we need to call them out. Whether they are from the same county we are from, whether they are our friend, whether we went to school together, we need to call them out. I think that's the only way we can start to see, a little difference. We see Martin Cully is doing that. I mean, and many others are doing that. We need to continue doing that.
All right, Rob Ellis, let's do what we got to do.
Let me wrap up really quick. All right.
All right, 1 minute, Robert, 1 minute. Let's close this now. The guys didn't got to come and say it's very late in the night.
Real quickly, I would encourage most of you guys to read a book called The Palm Billion by Paul Carrier. Research development economist. I think it was in Liberia and as well. And the summary of the book is that why these African countries like Liberia continue to fall to fail and become a failed state. And the conclusion or the evidence is clear. Once there's so many number of the population live below a certain level, the country will automatically eventually fall into violence. That's a scientific thing. Whether you pray, whether you do this, you do this. The reason why China is to maintain the peace and prosperity and growth is because they're taking millions of people out of poverty. The day they stop doing it, they make it eat, you'll be trouble. And you see America can keep the democracy and things because you know what? The economy is growing, unemployment is low, and so forth. So when I said, just to wrap up, Siddiqui made a very good point, very smart young man, that this is what's going to happen. I'm not telling like when people say this is what unnecessarily going to happen. Eventually, with this, the money you're spending on legislature, the money you're spending that you're borrowing, okay, the chicken will come back to you and it will collapse. The government will collapse. And when the government collapses, you have master, you have everybody controlling their own self. That's what happened in 1990, 1980. You look at the projections of the human capital, you look at it will collapse. So, unfortunately, I wish there was a better way. I wish we all could talk and talk and talk. But the average Liberian person today, the average young girl in college or high school today, she practically got to sleep with a man to get money to go, car ticket to go to school. The average family in Liberia, across the country, they don't even have, they can, what is it, $2 a day. We are privileged in America. The reason why Alice can say what you want, you need job for anybody. But these people are not going to go to protest the government when they don't have food to eat, when their children ain't going to school. So what the government is doing is, what is corrupt will do is they're delaying things. They're not be talking what they will be eating, right? Every year we take 700 million, 100 million, and we get prolonged it. Oh yeah, we'll fill the thing. The only solution in that situation, you bring the military in and you prosecute them, all right? That the only thing is scared of. America here uses violence when necessary in countries. All right. Other than that, we can talk all we want to talk. Talk out in care for what we're talking here. All he knows is he'll get 250,000, his son will get a job, and whatever. So that's my message to you guys. Whether we like it or don't like it, that people will disintegrate into chaos and violence simply because the economic projection keeps getting worse. And that
Robert, 1 minute. Let me get so the guy can come on. 1 minute, Robert.
Thank you. Listen, my only thing I want to close with is so every Liberian listening on our voices, I want to remind you, especially to the AFL soldier and the police officer, you are making what? I think police, even if you're making $200 a month, that's nothing. I'm not sure how much our armed forces personnel are making, but to have seen two of you in the hospital today, I want to remind you, the vice president is at a 3.5 million budget, and in that budget, his entertainment and gifts sits at 36,000 United States dollars. 36,000 United States dollars, 10 times more than what you make annually. So while you are fighting and you are lying in the hospital where there are not sufficient medical equipment and sufficient medicine to have you in a better, healthy space, the vice president is sitting comfortably at his house, being entertained at your expense. $36,000. That's what he gets for entertainment and gifts. He gets to give whoever he wants to give gifts to, right? And so we got to be wise. We got to be smart as a people. We got to be smart and we have to be wise. The entertainment of the vice president while you're sitting in that hospital tonight with no electricity, more than likely in a heat, you're already sick. You probably didn't eat well today. You didn't eat breakfast. You didn't eat lunch. You maybe not a good dinner. The vice president is comfortably sitting at home, being entertained, and a budget $36,000 at your expense. Be wise. God will not beat senses into your head to be wise. No. He will protect you. He protected your life because it could have been worse. The fight could have been worse. Something serious could have happened. But that was God. He protected you. So you are only in the hospital today. Your neck could have been chopped off. You could have been dead. That's God's intervention. But when it comes to beating senses into your head, to choose leaders and to choose your battles, That's up to you. God gave you 5 senses. You must apply them. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Hope you guys come on tomorrow. It'll be interesting to hear a Retabla story. The first 40 minutes he'll be on. And tonight, if you guys want to join later, we'll send you the link as we eulogize our friend and brother Emmanuel Gbidi, who was shot in Raleigh, North Carolina by an 18-year-old kid. He was doing a side gig with Uber after dropping his daughter at a program, and while waiting for her, he said, let me do some side gig until she's ready to come back. I could pick her up. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it.
So sad, man.
Yeah, very sad. All right, guys. So if you guys wish to come back on, we'll send you the link. God bless, guys. Thank you, everybody. City Key, Mr. Gilman, everybody. Thank you.
Ria TV, True FM.
Say Ria TV, True FM.
On Ria TV.
Into True FM 96.1.
What's the meaning of the black barrier?
The black barrier is to tell Joseph Bakala, if you don't organize yourself in a grateful manner, we'll take your plate.
You might say what you want to say, but for us, we are here to make sure we build our country, that we are respected. We have donors that are coming because of the confidence.
My name is Hansen Der Represent.
Welcome to News and Analysis, 30 minutes of news presentation about Liberia, Africa, and our one world.
Presenting this newscast is proudly sponsored by Orange Liberia and EcoBank Liberia Limited.
How is life after the presidency?
But before the presidency, the same life, that's what you see. I live a different life. You know, when I was not president, this life, that's what I live, you know, with my family and
I have a lot of interest in the health sector, the educational sector, and the agriculture sector. Roads, connecting roads,
Yeah, we are calling international community to come to intervene for us because, like I just stated previously, we don't know who to trust.
Always make sure to turn on to our
Ria TV and listening to Truth FM 96.1.